Well, we like.
I was not.
We'll move on to item number 2, the adoption of the agenda. Council's had 3 or 4 days to look at the package. Any additions to the agenda?
No, before we get going on to get the calls on it, that we're not following policy for budget and development. We're not following our policy. We'll have meetings in November. All the calls we get, sort of stuff. Ratepayers are calling us out that we're trying to use this budget meeting as for campaigning. I got a call this morning. What gives this council the right to have 5 budgets on the 21st? The 2021 after the election, these were done November 29th. That is election year. And now if we do this budget today, then we're this council had 5 budgets instead of 4. Everybody has 4 budgets, 4-year term.
That's approved in November, correct, but it's perfect. The next council will only be taking as a great deal to provide direction. All we're doing, take us in that first year. In case the council provides directions, so we're seeking direction from, we're doing it a little differently. Presenting basically a base budget to you, which is reflective of what was approved last year. And looking to get from the direction in terms of things that we've either overlooked or should be included when we bring the budget forward. So we're not asking the budget committee to include the budget committee. We're asking to be provide direction. However, yours is the decision as to whether or not you want to.
We always do them. We always do the meetings in November, always. And I'm not seeing where we discussed to move the meeting to August. Decision, or don't see the decision saying move it to August. Every decision made, council carries the resolution number in the minutes. I can't find a resolution number in the minutes to move it. I've got a call from a person that's running. It says no respect for the people running in the next election or the people that signed the nomination papers by us doing it 3 months earlier. We always do it in November. Then we know what we got done for work, what we need for equipment, what failed. Maybe we got some equipment that's still good now, but by the end of the season might be failing, change our budgets.
Can you find this resolution? This discussion at a council meeting, Councilor Whitus, probably 3 months ago, that we were going to have this meeting today. It's in no way passing the budget for the new council. It's basically going through there's no intent this would be a final budget or binding on the council. Whatever we present today would be provided to the newly elected council in November, and they would have the option if they want to make any changes or additions or deletions. That's gonna be totally up to the new council.
Still on a following policy. Dates, they got till November to, September, 15th for the guidelines, and then they got till, November, beginning of November. It's all in policy.
Okay, so basically what we're doing is setting with the guideline. The final budget meeting will happen in November and December, I believe.
We always do them in November, always. This is an election year. Like I said, the guy said we're using it for a campaign. There's an old counselor who used to, he was a counselor for quite a few years. And then this morning, like I said, they said, I got called, so what gives you guys the right to have 5 budgets?
Otherwise, it was by September and by. That provides some latitude. But presume that there are people who are intending to run who are watching this. Well, with education. Once again, just to go with what,
Page 3, Councillor Waiters, it says budget compilation to be completed by November 7th.
That's the binder we got, and then we have the meetings after that. And that has to be complete by December 1st, and then the first meeting in December is where it gets passed.
These budget meetings to be completed by December 1st. Those specific dates here.
And there's one other call we got for the ratepayers, one person that's running in the election. And then this morning I got a call that what gives us the right to have 5 budgets. We've already done 4. The last election was in 2021. The budget meeting started November 29th or ended around the 29th of November. We had the year that we got elected 8 years ago, they had between after the election when 2 people were changing out, they had between the organizational meeting and the election day, they had a special meeting. They called the old council in and they did $1 million loan for industry to buy ratepayers property that was slipped through between the election and the organizational meeting. And the 2 new councillors, being myself and Mr. Duduc, knew nothing about it. Well, for the $1 million loan that they get between the election and the organizational meeting, the old council, when there was 2 councillors that were voted in, knew nothing about the meeting. Or in budget meeting.
Did we find a resolution?
Yes, it's on the screen. That Lamont County Council Direct Administrative scheduled August 18 to 20, 2025 for 2026 to 2029 budget committee meetings and endorse the attached calendar of minutes.
Budget committee meetings.
This was discussed some time ago. It's not a budget council meeting. It's a budget committee meeting, so I think we're just setting some ideas forward that administration can work. After the election. Mr. Wick.
The thing too is, I remember what, and I hopefully you guys, well, you might not been here for a long time, but remember what it's like when you first come in November. There was things that would have changed that we did in the budget, but it was already kind of brought forth. And with your new council, you don't really know where you're supposed to step and not step, and it's a huge learning curve for the first time you come in, so I don't know. Yeah, right now.
The same thing, I remember when I became, was elected. In 2 weeks, we were into budget. And shit, you're totally lost. Sir, you may recall when this motion was brought forward, the reference that I made was this is something that this council donates to this. Because it is overwhelming, the orientation, the harmony. So we can accept some of it all.
If they want, they can start the process all over again if they choose to do so. And the other thing is that, policy 3113 sets guidelines and in no way sets specific dates that something has to be done. And, like I say, I would view this more as a committee meeting. There's no approvals going to be provided here today. And there's a lot of stuff that's going to be happening after the election is over with orientation sessions and trying to get the new council on board here. I don't see an issue with the old council handing something off to a new council. We're basically the elected representatives right now. I don't see us breaking policy here because it's not specific dates, it's by certain dates. And the policy is representative of a guideline. So I see nothing wrong.
Never in the history of the county is it done before November, election year or not, never. What's that?
Funny. So what does that mean?
Well, we don't know what's gonna fall apart for equipment, what we're gonna need for equipment by the end of the season, or how things are going. It's we always have it in November, always. So why on an election year are you having it early?
So in 2 months, equipment is gonna fly apart.
Who knows? We always do it in November. Never in the history of this county have we done it in August before an election, or even if it's not an election year, it's always done in November, always. Like I said, it's I had a council, there's been a council for a long time in Mundaring. He came up and asked if we use it for campaigning, and and this morning he said, what gives this council the right for 5 budgets? It's telling you what the ratepayers are telling me.
Council isn't approving by budgets because the budget's not going to be approved till normally December 1st, Rodney.
That's correct.
So we're not approving the budget. So to say we're approving 5 budgets is not correct.
Well, we're doing 5 budgets then.
We're not approving 5 budgets.
So why this year do we have to have it earlier in November? What's the rush?
We get a motion
In April 29th.
in April. That's like, 4 months ago, and you're bringing up your concerns now.
Because the ratepayers have given me calls when they seen that it's on the agenda and stuff.
I received no calls regarding the budget.
That's the funny thing, and you always bring up the Mandir and Mandir.
All over the county, Dan, not just Mandir, but in Mandir after the parade.
Today you brought up Mandir again.
That's right, because the counselor come up and waited when on the side of the road. And I talked to him for about an hour there. And the first thing in the first 10 minutes of the conversation, he asked why we're having budget meetings. He said they're always in November.
We have a resolution to have a committee meeting regarding the budget today, so. And then we proceed. I'm in favor of proceeding.
So my,
I have nothing to hide. And if people want to use it against me, my campaign, go for it. I don't care.
Yeah. People now, we all. We should be here.
Get administration to do a ton of work to put this thing together. Of course, it doesn't get specific dates. It indicates by now. So we continue?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Aaron?
Setting the budget for committee introduction.
Thank you for your comments.
Can we record that vote so it's on the thing, please?
Motion. All right, show of hands. Continue meeting. Okay, so the meeting was called to order at 9:02. We got the agenda in front of us. Administration have anything to add?
There are extra handouts, one of the items, 3.25 process water project in the package. We'll be discussing a few items in the service enhancements that there's a few extra added pieces of information for the water rates. And the added for the Alberta Hub membership fee increase. So these were, we'll introduce those as we go.
Okay, so if there's no other additions, motion to accept the agenda as presented. Zero. The administration has submitted all these issues.
Move to the Lamont County Council to adopt the August 18th, 2025 budget meeting agenda as amended.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, business 3.1.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I have some introductory comments. Then I'll turn it to Wonderful. So thank you for making yourselves available today for the budget committee meetings. Earlier this year, council supported a schedule and had administration initiate budget planning for 2026 to 29. A little earlier, this will allow you to review the base budget prior to the election. The relevances that we will all have. Separation for the next council. It provides an opportunity for council to identify what is missing, what should be adjusted, and afford council the opportunity to pay it forward by offering a draft budget to the incoming council following the general municipal election. With an organizational meeting, orientation, elected officials training, the RMA conference, there is a lot to do in a very short time, and this provides the starting point for the new council that will debate, deliberate, and approve the budget potentially in December. As we have reinforced over the year, the budget is a key policy document from council expressing direction on priorities and allocation of resources to administration. The budget process is one of the few things that council cannot delegate. Council will once again be driving the bus. 2026 is an awesome year for municipalities, as it is the beginning of a new 4-year. It is it's the start of a new 4-year council term. As noted in previous years, the MGA has now mandated that the budget be multi-year budget encompassing 4 years of operating and 6 years of capital. So that's a change. The goal of this mandate by the provincial government is to ensure and encourage municipalities to expand their planning to include a longer term vision for the municipalities. This is something that the council has done with the strategic plan. To an extent, it's a multi-year business plan. In the past 4 years, the council has invested considerable resources, time and effort in guiding the budget process, allowing for the budget to be concluded by December 15th for the past few years. This allows staff to initiate program planning, capital projects, and to initiate capital acquisition earlier, resulting in better pricing for delivery. This forward thinking by council is also allowing budget discussions for 2026 to start prior to the election. Viewing the budget and service levels is time consuming and can be overwhelming for any council. Viewing the service level of the budget with the current council does not take anything. Some continuity for implementation of strategic priorities. The new council will have the opportunity to further review the budget prior to the beginning of 2026 and be ratified. The council will also review the budget in spring once the final assessment is completed by the province and the municipal sector. At the end of this set of committee meetings, the intention is for budget committee to approval of the budget along with any proposed amendments to the November council meeting. Once again, the new council will be able to attend all of it, some of it, or none of it. So I'd like to recap history. Once again, council has done an awful lot of work during its term. Council directed administration, and we've listened and sharpened our pencil, reduced expenses, enumerated and adjusted service levels, and held various positions in advance. In terms of strategic planning, council approved the strategic plan in 2021 and reviewed it immediately following the last election to ensure the new council was supportive. Annual workshops were held with senior administration in 22, 23, and 24 to confirm that the council's strategic direction would continue to be correct and resulted in clear direction to operation. For 2025, these budget meetings will serve as a major check-in and guide the development of the strategic discussion for the next year. In terms of service delivery, that there were upwards of 18 hours in late 2021 and early 2022 reviewing all services delivered by county administration. Provide managed council service levels to ensure that these levels are maintained at the standard which council expects. After last week, the council reviewed the investor data policy. This practice will continue as we start the budget review with discussions and services that are being provided to the council, having the opportunity to adjust them. Council improved its public engagement focus on service delivery, with council approving surveys, property thoughts, and other opportunities for the public input. Overall, this process resulted in a solid base budget, which council now has the opportunity to vary. Last week, we undertook an annual road inspection to where spends a day reviewing condition of exposed bridges and construction projects in the county. The next budget is directly from council recognized the importance of day-to-day operations and providing resources required to address those matters. In some cases, budgets have been augmented over the past years. In a few cases, budgets have been reduced based on new approaches to delivering service. Council leveraged efficiencies. One strong example was council's decision to vary the graveling cycle and spread rate by adopting the 7-year grader replacement program and acquiring extended warranties. These two in particular led to significant efficiencies. Also embargoed full-time equivalent positions, and in a few cases used contract. Earlier this year, the council and I came to terms with a salary reduction. We froze the salary of the CAO at that reduced level over the next couple of years. We also piloted and adopted new dust abating technologies, and we reduced subsidies. An example of residential dust control and additional approaches. One of the things that we emphasize is that council's #1 goal in the strategic plan is growth, and that new businesses are partners in our growing community. Major accomplished this is the Roxanne water line. This project has garnered significant effect in the past year. We now have a water license subject to appeals. WSP has now been hired as the owner's representative. Still remains significant oversight required. Regular meetings with provincial officials continue, and we are planning for public engagement and coordination with county policy. Significant investment in senior administration. Fortunately, receiving a water license has resulted in renewed interest by industrial investors. Key components of the council administrative relationship are alignment and transparency. We ensure that administration remains aligned with council priorities with the approval of a 3-year business plan, guiding staff activity, spending, and service delivery. We transparently report on this regularly through the triannual reporting, and the next triannual report will be delivered to you on September 9th. This alignment is supported by our RFPs and briefings to council every 2 weeks. Our regular reporting. So we are making excellent progress against the plan. In terms of operating, 41 of 42 initiatives, 2025 to 2027 business plan are complete or on track. There are 12 initiatives that are not started, as they are not in the time horizon. In terms of capital, all of it has been acquired, and all projects started with council's approval are expected to be completed in 2025. So as we consider the current budget environment, it's important to say that we are approaching a sustainable position given the refinement of budget practices and prior annual increases in tax rates and user fees. In 2026, we likely will not need to prop up the operating budget with reserve transfers, perhaps with the exception of covering amortization. If we look at where we started the year in 2025 versus where we were in 2021, we have $11 million more in financial assets. It's about 47% increase. In our discussion, we will address factors such as inflation, employment, capital cost escalation, reserves, and ongoing capital budgets, grants, and comparable tax rates for those farm and owners. We will present information and we will answer your questions to help this process along. This is the culmination of council's ongoing work over the past 4 years, putting to paper the priorities council has expressed for the 2026 budget to be approved and finalized at future council meeting by a future council, likely in November and December. Or pass it on to Boyd, or are there any questions?
See, I guess Rodney, you got for you.
Okay, well, thank you, Dragowski. So to follow up on what Peter's already discussed, following the 2021 election, council endorsed the base budgeting model. And this has been carried into the 2026 budget. So this model builds on approved service level work. And council did that work in early 2022. And I'm sure council, all the members and council Wood can testify on how much work it is going through that, especially as a new council. Going through that, and then at that time, council adjusted the council policies to make sure that these service levels work. So this allows administration to present a budget based upon services that council's approved throughout the year, and of course, adding adjustments for inflation or pricing changes by vendors. Additional services are brought forward as business cases, and you'll see that as we go through the package, and only added to the budget detail once fully debated, deliberated, and approved by council. So the benefits of the base budget approach is that council receives the following from administration: enumerated services and levels of service, determining what it takes to keep the lights on, and addressing major over and underages in the budget as these are identified. And for those new councillors that are coming into the term, this is not something that we're taking away from council. In fact, this is an opportunity for them to be able to see. This is a 199-page package with a couple additional items that we've put in there that weren't printed. So, reading 200 pages the first week you're elected is a large job to do. So we're going to start this budget committee meeting, and it is going to be a high-level review of the services by department, and enable council to confirm or adjust the service levels as needed. So you'll see we're going to go into the package, and the rate that we do this is going to be the rate that council, the speed that we do the approvals to be what council wants to do. If there's more information needed or less, we'll adjust that speed of presentation to do that. So just some of the highlights. So on expenses, administration has again taken a surgical view and continues to cut expenses where possible without affecting services. You're going to see that a modest increase in expenses of $315,000 is shown, which represents an overall increase of only 1.04%. The good news is that this includes salaries and recommended COLA that we'll discuss a little later. There are going to be times where we're going to move the sessions into closed session as per the Access to Information Act. And we'll give notice so that the people watching online can see that. So items that the council may want to be aware of. Post-election training that's mandated by the NGA for 2025 has been removed from the base budget in 2026. Budget training needs to be done before the organizational meeting, so that you'll see that. Clay aggregate levy revenue was reduced to $1 to leave it so that it didn't zero off on the pages. There was only one producer in prior years, and this producer has sold their interest in this business. We don't know what's going to be happening, so we did not want to add additional revenue into the budget. The police funding model is a significant amount of money, is under review. So not knowing which way that funding was going to go, the budget amounts were left as they were in previous years. For revenue, prior year revenue included a one-time grant revenue for the disaster recovery program, the DRP. There was $500,000 was budgeted in revenue. The revenue has been received in 2025, just over $1 million. So this is therefore removed from the 2026 budget. Administration has included a 2% increase to taxes. And we'll go through this a little bit more in detail, but this is an estimate of increased assessment and does not contemplate an increase to rates. It is anticipated that the rate discussion will happen in the spring of 2026, once the final assessment has been received. And as Peter had said earlier, that information doesn't come till February. Municipal councils govern both the expense and the revenue side of the equation. So at some point, perhaps at the end of this section, council will need to determine the revenue requirement and set some philosophical direction for revenues going forward in the future. So some possible council choices are increase or decrease revenue, taxes or fees, utilize or build some tax stabilization reserves, adjust the residential tax rate to an equal approved change to service levels. So the process that we're going to do to review this package, we're going to discuss the overall revenue and expense situation. So that's what we're going to start with. We'll start with a review of all the service levels. So this is the opportunity for council to propose adjustments. Could be adding in a service, could be removing a service. Given council's prior investment of time in reviewing the budget, we do not anticipate going line by line through the budget. If there's detailed questions, the information is available in the packages for deeper review. And of course, if there's things that we don't have in the package, that's council's opportunity to ask us for more information. There is a proposed salary in COLA. Russ is here to discuss that in greater detail. And just to note, all embargoed positions that have been done in previous year remain embargoed for the 2026 budget. The service level summary, you'll see that, we'll go through that, and that was part of the 23, 24, 25 budgets. And this is just a culmination of the work that's been done. So you'll see that the 2025 actuals to date are in here, 2026 proposed, business case preliminary review, then we'll talk fees and charges, taxes, tax rates, capital assets and capital projects, talk reserves. We do have the parking lot concept, and we have the lefty over there to write on the board, and we have some concepts we want to put in the parking lot. So the parking lot concept is for out of scope items that council wants to make sure that we are aware of and that action is taken. And then we're going to use our popular green, yellow, and red concept for coloring the service enhancements to determine if their green one is one that we know that we want to go forward with. Yellow is something that we want to move with caution or bring that forward to the council. Red is one that we don't think that the new council should be going with. So we're generally going to follow the order of the departments and the briefing notes in your binder. At some points, I may ask you to pull some pages out so you can reference them as you go. But that's essentially going to be the process that we're going to use for this. So unless there's any questions on the process, I'm going to recommend that we go to page 3 in your binder.
You mentioned that the clay levy reduced to $1. Didn't somebody else purchase it?
They did, but we don't know if they're going to be producing it. The person who purchased it was from outside the area, so they may have other resources that we're not knowing.
Yeah, it could become aware that we can and budget it would change that $1 to whatever it's supposed to be. It's someplace. The dollar is a placeholder so that the budget line doesn't disappear. Because in financial systems, when it's zero, they pop off the budget. So we want to be able to show that it's there and keep it in the front of council's mind. So,
Why would we not go line by line down the budget?
we absolutely can go line by line. That's council's prerogative. Council has gone through this budget over the last 4 years significantly. Line by line, often things get lost in the detail. showing some of the bigger items in here is a good way for council to set that direction. But if council chooses to go line by line, and the line by line detail is in the package. So if you'll see that in the package, there is, for every department, there is the 5-year comparison, or sorry, 4-year comparison plus the actuals. There is the detailed line budget and the detailed expenditures of the 2025 budget plus the year-to-date numbers. There is nothing being the idea is to be very transparent with this, but also to be very respectful of council's time. We spent 18 hours in 2021 going over service levels. And that was just service levels, that was not line by line detail. So we could be putting another 18, 20 hours if that's council's.
So let's do it this way. Rodney and the directors and department managers are going to address it on an exception basis at high level. Would you have questions for you to begin, please?
Absolutely.
One other question from my perspective, Rodney. The embargo positions, we've had an embargo, this would be like the 3rd year. Do you have a list of what those positions are?
Yep. Into the system, CFO, HR manager, health and safety advisor, capital projects bridge supervisor, and capital an engineer, development engineer. So they're on the org chart, knowing that the importance of having them there. We found alternate ways to utilize them. So for instance, the development engineer is knowing that we need that position if the development comes, having that spot in there of course, we'd then be coming to council at that point if those positions were to be filled. The capital projects bridge supervisor, our director of public works, we've been handling that. As these projects come on, then the capacity may need to be increased, and that of course would be brought forward. So these are not budgeted for, they're just held in abeyance. And you'll see them on the org chart, but there is no budget dollars in these budgets for those positions.
Okay. Is there an order chart? Can you provide one?
We did not bring them.
Next meeting. What about the tax clerk?
We don't go by specific tax positions, but we have built up, we have in finance, they're all with the same accounting clerk position. We have a tax clerk, that's Megan is filling that position right now.
We have only just replaced our last position, so it may be that we're going to tweak the chart to go more generally than we have finance.
Accounting
Clerks rather than specifically. That's allowing us to have more survivability if one person was to fall ill or leave or otherwise.
Yes. I did forgot to mention, so there each of you has this package. This is not part of the budget package. This is in fact last year's budget package, last year's services, the 2024 financial statements, and the triannual plan, business plan as approved. So this is additional, so go towards council, where's additional information that council has already done that we may need to go back to, point back to it. But if there's questions of what we did last year, this is the package of information that's there. So just to provide a little bit more transparency, a little bit more information. This is also on our website. We thought it'd be a good package for council to be able to have access to. So we won't be reviewing this one, but it's the additional information that council needs to do. So So, I'd suggest we then now go to, page 4 in the budget packages. So this is the listing of services that, that is provided to the residents. And some of them are internal services, some of them are external services. This is what council spent a number of hours, back in 2020 going through. Just wanted to give council, well, we've all had the package here for a couple of days. I know it's a 200-page package. Is there any, questions or concerns about services that are provided? So this is the time to be able to go through this and say, is there things that we think that should be increased, decreased, or removed altogether and added? Just as this came out after the printing of page 6 in economic development, the church tour, a revamp of that particular item was there was a council motion made to strike that service. That was a high impact, low cost service. So we're not going to see any adjustments to the budget for the removal of that. As noted back on the last council meeting, there was 1,000 people that have clicked on that link, but that has now been removed as a service for 2026. So we will be crossing that off on the budget. But so this administration, you'll see that there's a number of servicing here, everything from council agendas, bylaw development, coffee with a counselor. Those were hugely successful this year. They were held off now until the new council term. The external newsletter, everything from counselor, resident requests, delegation requests are all items that that require service levels that administration, the office of the CAO, alleged services area. You'll see corporate services, everything from admin support, promotions, communication planning, website, public engagement, assessment, payroll, utilities, water billings, are all the type of things that the corporate services department does. Priority-based budgeting, while we're not using if you look at PBB for priority-based budgeting, it's slightly different what we do, but this is how we bring forward our priorities. So we're doing that. Financial reporting to council, you'll see that September 9th with the training report. Auditing, grant application. Community services has the CALC and the FCSS programs. Emergency services, fire prevention, public education, or investigation, risk management, traffic enforcement. These are all services that that council has approved and administration implements.
So yeah, powerful document, be very helpful to the incoming.
So this may be something that as council wants to make adjustments to the budgets themselves, this may be some pages that council wants to pull out and hold beside, and then we can look at them as we, if there's some adjustments that council wants to make to a budget. Because every time there's a increase or a decrease to a budget, there's an increase or a decrease to a service level. And vice versa. If we want to increase service levels, we've got to increase budgets. Or the opportunity to decrease budget, decrease service. So give council a couple minutes to review that. If there's any questions, if not, we can move on.
We're on the, I look under community services. Recreation agreements, grant funding. I know we handed grant funding over to FCSS. But the recreation agreement with the urban, should that fall somewhere else?
So I will continue to be involved in that. The annual payment, the annual receipt of financial statements will be received by community
it's a good way to keep the things that are happening in the community tied with the recreation agreements that are signed with those respective municipalities. So knowing that if there's an arena in one community that we're having programming that actually matches what those facilities.
Okay, but we're still gonna be.
I'm thinking more, if I'm thinking that 3-year agreement.
Yes.
Year.
Yeah.
That's
Cool. But like I said, I'll continue to be involved in that work with whoever council does it. But at the same time, the nuts and bolts of receiving their annual reporting issuing check.
That's the negotiation, but,
Yes.
The enumerated on this list on this.
Okay, right. If we go to administration, we should probably strike council code of conduct investigations because we don't have one. in there.
Yes.
We didn't see the request from a village well beyond our boundaries for subdivision development. So this enumerates that that's a service that we provide, but council decision indicated they did not want to expand the levels. This can certainly use that as a.
And this list does get updated as we go through the council term, because there's things that council brings on or takes off throughout those terms. So this is basically a living and breathing document. Budget is not a once a year process. Budget and service levels are ongoing throughout the year.
Reasonably, we'll probably want to seek direction likely from the next council on the nutrient thing. Multi-page of your. Last decision the council took is not really in support of these. Not with an initiative on that, but that may or may not be something.
did that you said?
In defense of the 20 agreement, Deputy Reed, I mean, shortly after we signed that thing, the war broke out in Ukraine, right? So that's kind of stifled any initiatives or development of that initiative. So I know we signed the agreement. Nothing's transpired since. But I would like to wait for that plan before we made any decision in that regard.
This is one where we can mark it yellow so that we can be bringing, make sure that the new council is aware of it and bringing it up.
So in council, talking to your ratepayers, are there any services that ratepayers want added to this? Pretty extensive list.
I haven't heard of that for years.
Yeah. That'd be a good parking lot, I think so, yeah.
Somebody from that end of the county has to. It's probably half an hour where it is. It's just.
He complains when I need to do that. And
This week and not do these right with you can.
yeah. So that's an excellent item that we can definitely bring up next, with the next council to determine if this is something that we want to add in there and do the service, or if we want to bring forward the waste commission and how we can do that. So.
Do you remember whether there was anything that emerged from the bus to it? The timing of this was actually delivered.
That's just a trial dump that they're doing? Dust controls?
So using a lessons learned from Country Road 562, rating 170. It's the same process, just with the web existing base. So we trial that, see how it will work. Something that council was considered long term. Can be working either into our investigating program or
562, was that injected or just?
that was injected.
That's where the bus drove on the shoulder and
That's 565. That where we use one this year. 562 in front of the landfill.
Yeah, that's what they're doing with the dump controls now.
So we are doing the same process on Range Road 164 this week. It's part of the actual full there, trying that out. On our dust controls, we're just top shooting. We're just spraying it on top of the surface. Oh, okay. So this is more of a stability? Yes. Yes, so this more of a stability program than dust control. And we'd be using that to help reduce our operational expenses by putting in that in those soft areas. So we don't really have a program listed for that. Our shoulder pole and light road. Yeah, light road reconstruction is where that could fall, so.
The other thing that, thinking back on my first term, one of the main issues that we contend with is the, call it the aesthetic appearance of our hamlets or whatever. And I'm not sure if we put it under the peace officer or what department that would go into, but we gotta concentrate on cleaning up our hamlets. Wasta is a disaster. St. Michael, obviously we're getting concerns from residents. I don't see it specifically referenced here. If you want to put on a parking lot, then that's okay, but I know it's a general understanding, but
Yeah.
but I think we should list it specifically because we're not gonna attract people to live in our hamlets when people that move there utilize them as junkyards.
Which it does show up under bottom of page 5, but planning and development. Oh, yes, the
Enforcement.
unsightly use.
If I'm not mistaken, also under attic as far as mowing.
You have the urban weed control where we're taking care of some of our municipal properties. Where we're cleaning any of the surrounding areas, but it also goes under the weed and pest control. On on page 8, weed and pest control, municipal lands and contract spray.
It might be better to have it emphasized though, so.
Hamlet mowing.
Hamlet going.
Oh, that's more general. We have it because today in front of the development, we have to take respect to use. It's up to you to bring it to the service.
We haven't went that, we did move the hamlets.
We have, but it depends on the level of service. Council. So we are addressing some of our vacant lots where there's trees that are falling on from sidewalks. But with regards to mowing the full lots out, we haven't done very many of those.
Kind of mark the on page 5, the unsightly uses bylaw, and mark it green so that it's something we can highlight. We're bringing that back. And adding in on page 5 that NG30 electrical reconstruction. Then on page 8, I'm going to add Hamlet. Now we made sorry.
What are those changes you're doing?
Just adding these into service levels. We're not adding it into the budget at this point. We're just putting that there's some things that we need to highlight with the new council.
I know, but in what did you just add?
Page 5,
Yeah.
I just highlighted unsightly use of bylaw.
In what
Very
section
about
of that?
The very last one of the under planning and development. Bottom right. It says enforce land use bylaw and unsightly.
Hey, what other changes you make?
I'm adding in MG30 light road Construction, public works. It's gonna be just under the light road reconstruction. And on the last page, I'm just gonna add Hamlet Bowen.
You could, you need to change it. Right, these, and at the end of these meetings, budget committee recommends this to council in November, December. You could use some of the.
Yeah, so you'll see in the new council in November, we'll see business. This is not something that we don't have, because obviously we're adding it right now. We don't have the dollar value. So this is adding business cases for the next, this doesn't add it to the base budget. It's for the next council to decide.
Question for Terry. Isn't Agno, not supported anymore?
I provide absolutes with this.
Yeah, they have a little bit of issues there with funding, but they're full go.
In 2024, the service board has allocated money, and that money has transferred over in 25. There is still the request for that money to be utilized for 26. So the shorter answer is absolutely.
Okay, so
Terry, it's not the best, but it's just that you.
I collect. Second for last one.
Yeah. Do we include pages 4 to 8 in the new candidates? Because I think this is an excellent document for any newly elected members of council. I think historically, I know when I ran for council the first time, the main focus would appear to be on public works, right? But there's lots of other departments that do lots of things, and I think this document is made available to whoever takes over. Being a counselor involves a lot more than just public works.
So this document is provided, it starts on page 9, but it might be good to include it.
What do you want to include, sorry?
New electric package.
What is in that package, the more you put in, the more confusing again? Have it on the side or whatever.
This handout package that we gave that's now on the website is a really good resource that we may want to point them towards, because it's broken out for each department in there as well. You'll see that these here, flip to page 9 on that package, you'll see it lays out with a few more council initiatives and achievements. There's a little bit more detail in here of what's been done.
So you put too much in that package, it's gonna get confusing for people, including ourselves.
Unfortunately, it's a big job with lots of information.
But the accounts that's.
Correct, but I'm just saying the nomination papers, that file is thick enough. You don't want to confuse the people. And again, good idea to give it on the side when they hand their papers, give it on the hand the papers and give them that. But don't include it in the package, because then that package is gonna be, then people will start missing stuff. Give them that thing.
Any other questions regarding service levels?
It's so, yeah, we'll move on to page 10, 9, 10. So this is just the introduction on this. The MGA requires that each municipality provide a 5-year capital budget and approve an annual operating budget. So this is the information for 2025, for the budget and actual plus the additional years. So I know you've probably heard it as a 3 and a 5 year, but it's actually current year plus 3 is the what the MGA has stated. They just changed that slightly in the regulations. So it is 4 years. So that's why you're seeing 2026, 7, 28, and 29 in here. So the 27 to 29, a lot of that is just forecasts so that council is aware of things that are happening and knowing that this is a longer term budget. So, but what you'll see is on the first page is last year's budget, 2025, the actuals up to July, and then the recommended budget going forward. You'll see that this is a surplus budget at this point, $392,342, when you do not consider amortization. So this is part of moving towards being a sustainable organization. You'll note that in the last few years that these have been deficit budgets with transfers from reserves to prop up operating. So this is the first year that we've got to this point, and which is a great thing. Other years have been the reserve transfers have come from services that may not have happened throughout the year through additional injections of revenue. The goal that a municipality should be getting towards, though, is that at a minimum, the amortization is also funded. And so we'll get further into that when we start talking about the tax rates and so forth. So, but this page shows all the consolidated on page 10 and 11. On page 12, you'll see the operating budget for 2026. And that's the operating fund, so a deficit of 2.1 million when you count in amortization. On page 16, the water funds, there's two separate funds that are combined into that consolidated. When you factor in amortization, there's a deficit of $350,000. And then on page 17 to 21 is the detailed budget and detailed costs to date for 2025.
Okay, so you're showing a deficit of 2.184 million. We had depreciation back to that. We're actually projecting a surplus of roughly 600,000.
That's correct. Before we talk the water fund. It's about amortization. Amortization is only the cost to depreciate the old equipment. It's not the cost to replace the equipment. So we know that, a grader that we purchased 5 years ago was $400,000 for round numbers. They're now $600,000. So you're amortizing a $400,000 item, but for this $600,000.
And I wanted to say something Ron said in his opening comments. We have included the 2% assessment factor just for illustrative purposes. We don't know whether that's high. We don't know whether that's low. We don't know how much of that is growth and how much of it is from natural appreciation of properties. But it's reasonable to include that just so that we can show you some sort of an order of magnitude number.
That oil field development log 180 to 183 from Spur, and did that hit the assessment sheets yet?
We have not received that. So the provincial assessors they don't like to share their information until the very end. So
But the tax holiday ended in 2020.
Oh, is that a new one or is that?
Well, they've been existing for the last, they've been
So,
built over the last 3 years.
so yes,
Within the
that's,
tax holiday, right?
the tax holiday is over. So and the way industrial assessment is, industrial assessment is what it is as of October 31st.
Of this year.
Of the so in 2025, what's completed by October 31st, 2025 will be assessed for 2026. So assessments it's a lagging indicator. So whatever happens, the past year is what we get to tax in the future. So if they've been completed before October of last year, we would have got it. If it's worked on between November and this October, we won't get it till next year. And oil companies are very good about not completing projects before October 31st and miraculously completing them November 2nd. So
Over 3 years.
yeah, so
They're probably in the downside.
So if it's a project that's been ongoing, yes, we will then have been getting it. So
There's one category or area in the document that and maybe on page 15. We talk about transfers to local boards and agencies. We have grants to local, grants to other landfill acquisitions, senior bid requisition. All those things add up to $5.5 million.
yes,
Jump a little bit forward here, from 15, or from 14 to 16. So in 2-253 for expenses, the equipment repairs is just $250,000. But when you go over to 253 on for your 2026 budget, you're only asking for $55,000. That's a $903,000 difference.
Page 16 references only the one.
So this is so
page 16 and page 20 are the same.
Yeah.
Pages 12 to 15.
Going back page 10, Rodney. Government transfers include transfers from our reserve.
No reserves should be again. Yes, on page 11.
Period where we're budgeting $1 million. That's
We're budgeting $1 million less government transfers because the DRP funding, we received the DRP funding.
what we did receive it.
Yes. So we pulled that out of the recommended budget, as well as. We adjusted it down for the actual for the local government fiscal framework. For that, so the new 2026 is essentially only what we're receiving through local government fiscal framework as well as the FCSS.
On page 10, under revenue offsite levy includes aggregate levy, right? The way it's recorded in a.
This, yeah, that is, unfortunately, it's a heading thing that we can't fix on our system.
Yeah.
It's water rates, it's gravel and input loads as well.
That's the wrong wording.
It is, it should just be, it's like a sales revenue.
Easy way. I think offsite levies.
Yeah, offsite levies are included in there, but it's not. Yes, so. Yeah, we've been fighting with the system ways we can fixed, so.
You'll recall that one of the business cases the council approved last year was determining which system to replace our current aging systems in the future. Exchange these titles and all that, these are the sorts of things that need to be identified as.
So on that point, Peter, how is the new system coming along? Because aren't we encroaching on the deadlines?
The support deadline got pushed forward because everybody complained. So it's been extended to 2029. So gives a little bit of breathing room. We don't. Municipalities that changed early and would like to see what their trials and tribulations are going to be as we go into that. So we have engaged the company to help us walk through the development of business cases and guidance in that process. But we don't want to actually do the implementation most likely until 2027.
So that we have a budget.
Yes, we're looking, the range of dollars can be from, you know, in the tens of thousands to the hundreds to millions, and we want to make sure that we know where that number is going to be. So we didn't put a business case or a number in the capital yet. So it's one, we're just going to talk. We want to just talk about the fact of being aware of it, that there is a cost that's going to be coming forward. So. Actually, that'd be a great place to put that. So, ERP, or not emergency response, ERP implementation.
Because I think that a new council would have to be aware of this, because there is this major expenditure.
And Bo and I argue his is emergency response plan, mine's enterprise resource planning.
You guys know what that's all about.
Yes. So there's a lot of information here. We'll get into the detail as we go through the individual departments areas. So, but some great questions and some great insight into the things that are happening here. It's 10:30. We've been at it for an hour and a half. Does council want to take a short break or to continue on?
Maybe just one last. I just answered. Okay. Good. Our gravel contract is good for 4 years.
Yeah, the contract expires in 2026, and we will be speaking with the next council in early 2026 about a future contract.
So the new gravel contract, something we want to put.
It is identified in the business plan to input a new.
So when are we going to start negotiation for that?
We would likely be looking at tendering in early 2026.
Okay.
We will contractor, the next contractor time rush to take possession January 1st.
Hey, who's that? Let's have a.
Just for the people online to know, the next section is the salaries discussion, and we're going to recommend going into closed session for that. So we may just want to let the people online know that we take a 10-minute break, probably half an hour session.
Okay. So then we'll recess at 10:27, probably come back about 10:37. And then we'll be going into closed session for roughly half an hour. Okay. All right, we are recessed. Take us off. Go live.
One.
Okay, let's reconvene at 10:44. And I will accept a motion to go into closed session. What section would that be?
29.
20 and 29? Yeah, we're gonna reference ourselves as the budget committee going forward here, because it's not a budget meeting, it's a budget committee meeting. So your motion should include budget committee. And
Lamont County. Move. Right.
any questions or concerns? Seeing that, all in favor? Carried by 0. Yeah, I'm going to Okay, I'd like to welcome the public back to the budget committee meeting of August 18th, 2025. And we'll now move on to item 3.4, 2026 tax rate discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. So we are on page 23 of the package. So just to kind of for everybody's information, so municipal taxation is essentially the primary source of revenue for any municipality, including Lamont County. Assessment values are not finalized by the assessors and the province until the spring of each year. So in budget, we only use estimates of growth. Well, and one of the big increases that we've seen in 2025 was the end of the provincial tax holiday on new wells. So that's anticipated to remain. So for those listening, that for reference, that tax holiday was a 3-year tax holiday on any new wells that came on back in 2021-ish area. And we don't anticipate that tax holiday being put back on, and it was put on to encourage growth in the province. There are 2 parts to property taxation: assessment, which is governed by provincial regulation. The county and the municipal governments have no say over how assessment is done. That is purely defined by provincial regulation. But the tax rate, the second part, is what is governed by municipal bylaw. So together, these 2 parts they're multiplied together to create the property tax revenue. So administration in this particular budget has estimated an overall increase in taxes of 2%. It's not been allocated to either side of that equation. Most likely, we think that it's an assessment, and if there's a 2% increase in assessment, then there'd be no need to increase the tax rates. If there's a less than 2% increase in assessment, then to maintain this tax revenue, the tax rates may need to go up by 1%. So that is a discussion that we anticipate having in the spring once we know the assessment. There is also the time now that council could possibly discuss if that council wants to move up the one part that we can control, which is the tax rates, and you'll see the discussion of tax rates on the coming pages. Just for note, the remaining part of property taxations is the requisitions from the province and housing agencies. These are flow-throughs, and the municipality has no control over these amounts. So we did not show any changes for that. We just showed that the revenue comes in and it goes out at that same amount. You'll see from the consolidated, we talked about, that's over $5 million. Page 15 showed that's a significant flow through that happens.
4.2 of the school.
Yes, and it was that 4.2. That was a large percentage of the 2025 tax increase. In fact, it went up. Just the assessment portion of it went up 11%, and the rates went up as well. So just thought I'd take you to page 25. For comparison purposes, we put together, these are the surrounding counties that border Lamont County. And the bar graph is Lamont County's rates, and the lines are for the same amounts, the surrounding counties. So you'll see for residential tax rates, with the exception of Two Hills and Sturgeon County, we are significantly lower than most. Actually, sorry, that's not Two Hills. That is Beaver and Sturgeon County. And so as we've moved along in the last few years, we've slowly been inching up to those. Thorhill County is one that dropped their rates significantly in 2025. But if you look on the other pages, they significantly increased their farmland rate. knowing that most of their assessment in Thorold County is farmland. So, there, now the recommendation from administration would be not to leave this, as is, because most likely the others are gonna be pushing their rates up for inflation, but we won't see that until the spring. But overall, 2% does give us enough, the Lamont County enough revenue to have that slight surplus from operations.
Ronnie, 2% on assessment.
2% on assessment. Yeah, not 2% tax, but 2% on assessment.
I got a question. Do all the surrounding counties have recreational farmland?
But yes, absolutely.
Every county around us has recreational farmland?
Absolutely.
The assessment cost exists, whether they
They have it, but most do. It's a very common assessment class now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting nailed. The guys are paying over $1,000 a month, 80 acres with a house and a 40 by 60 shop.
So-
Nothing out of this world.
Farmland assessment is a regulated assessment and it's based on a number of factors, but it's soil types, one of the main ones. So what can you produce from that soil? If you're a cattle farmer, then there's a slightly other, pasture land is the type of assessment that it comes off of. If there is no ability to use that quarter for farming, then it becomes market value. So if a person comes and buys a recreational property, so maybe it's a property with bush that they're using for hunting, other recreational pursuits, then it's based on the market value. The farmland assessment versus the market value assessment is to incentivize farmers and producers using that land to be productive. If it's a recreational, when that person bought that quarter, it would have been the market value assessment would be used on it. So it's not that it's recreational farmland, because there's nothing such as recreational farming. There's land and there's farmland, and that land would have been zoned market value. So zoned recreational. So
we got in Park Hills, Aaron has quite a few, and I got quite a few. Well, not as many as Aaron, but they bought 80 acres farmland, it was farmland, and built a house, and now they're classy as recreational farmland. Their taxes went from $6,500 up to almost $12,000 a year.
So if the person is farming it or renting it out for farmland, then it can be considered farmland. If they're not farming it, then it's not farming, it's flat. So, you can make other subclasses, you can make vacant residential, but the assessment is based on provincial regulations. As I said in the opening, Lamont County or any other county in this province has no ability to change the assessment. It is based on provincial regulation.
That young couple from Chicken Parade, Aaron, which where are they located by the park? And what do they have? 80 acres?
Quarter,
They got a quarter of land, and their taxes, what did he say there?
13. What are we, because we talked.
13,000.
When they first started 5 years ago, they were only like 4,500.
Yeah, I know that's.
Well, there was no house.
No development.
Yeah, so
Development of that house. It went up.
Was that farmland or is that?
it's not farmable land, it's just land. So but market value, so if you have a piece of land that is up in the far northwest corner of the province, you're probably not gonna be worth a home. If you've got land right against a recreational area within half an hour from a major city, the market value is gonna be higher. So again, that's the assessment is based on provincial regulation.
So 40 miles or 40 minutes away from the city, but to change this, we'd have to go into the land use bylaw.
Nope, you'd have to petition your MLA to change provincial regulation.
We don't don't set that assessment, it's the assessor sets the assessment, whether it's recreation or farm, and he's governed by the province. We really have nothing to do. If it's assessed recreational, the people would have to talk to the assessor to try and get that changed.
And I think what's happening with this particular one is it will be fenced, or a portion will be fenced, and will be used as pasture or animal accommodations, and that way their plan is changed.
Yes.
So let's discuss the meeting on Tuesday. People who have concerns with their assessment should contact these. If we business card, what's the last date of it?
July 31st,
It's on.
it's passed. So anybody who called in, and my recommendation is to everyone, you always contact the administration so that they can get put in front of the assessors. It does say in a number of spots on the tax notice what the appeal deadline is, and when people call in, that is the first question we ask. Do you agree with your assessment? And if whether they agree with the assessment code or the assessment, the dollar value assessment. And if they don't, the first place to do is to contact the assessor. The second place, if they don't agree with it, is to put in an appeal to the assessment review board. And the assessment review board is a quasi judicial board. It is made up of members from, we contract out that, the same that we have the subdivision development appeal board, where we are the board. We use the Kettle Region Assessment Board, and they get members in there. They're not even from this county. They're there to interpret provincial legislation. And if the assessor is doing something wrong, they will correct it. If not, they won't. And it's a judicial process. It works. We have a couple of appeals that are in front of there right now. I believe we have one. Just the landowner has pulled their appeal back, so obviously they're happy. But that process works. It's in fact, personally, I've used it myself. I've appealed to the assessment review.
So we set no rate, or we set taxes, so on recreational farmland, we could set a different rate.
I'd have to look up to see if we can create a recreational farmland category in alignment with the provincial legislation. But I said there is no, it's not recreational farmland, it's land, it's recreational land. That's the land value and the residential rate.
Put on a tax, the recreational farmland.
Well, I'd have to look at that one. I don't see that.
But we could set the rate.
We
set industrial, we do residential, so we could set the rate on recreational farmland.
It would have to be the residential rate. So you could adjust the residential rate. I'd have to look if there's a subcategory that we can do. I'm not.
How much do we have to go right here?
Residential subcategory.
We got guys with 80 acres, oh my God, to pay 13 grand taxes. Unbelievable.
So is that an area that we want to add to our service level? Are we wanting to attract recreational landowners to the county? Is that something we also want to add to our service levels? Because that would be, whether it be economic development or whether it be tourism or advertising in there.
I know there's a application Urban was considering bringing forward something. Motion of tourism. Which is very successful for the owner, but creating tremendous capital.
Issue here is the provincial government set the assessment value of farmland back in 1979 or whatever, hiked it up by 1 or 2 years. That's for farmland. So what's happening is when you buy a recreational quarter, and a recreational quarter is defined as something that's not being used for farming. So as Aaron indicates, you got a quarter of land, put a fence around it, you put animals on it to pasture, all of a sudden that becomes a quarter of farmland. Where the issue is coming in here is, and I think you indicated, if it's not farmland, then it's assessed at fair market value. So if you didn't have the restriction put on by the province, most farmland in our area would be assessed a heck of a lot higher than the maximum of $40,000, whatever it is right now. You'd get at $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. So it's basically the primary use of the property, not the classification or subtitle of farmland. Like it should be recreational residential, not recreational farmland, I think. I don't know how it shows up in the tax title. I've never seen one, but that's where the issue is here, is that the farmland assessment has been fixed, whereas something that's not farmland isn't fixed.
Yes. Yeah, that's Strathcona County. I have a relative that built a house there, and on his property, they came to do a tax assessment. They said he was going from residential agricultural to residential recreation. And he's like, oh no, we fenced this whole property. There's nothing to that. They had to prove that the cattle were on the property to be able to stay as the residential agricultural.
Yeah, there's a vacant residential and a vacant, you know what the other word, for vacant agricultural, I believe. I don't know the exact category, but yes. Bringing that house on there changes the assessment, unless it's still farmland.
Let's keep a good frozen one in the freezer.
I believe they do. They're not a provincial. Market value. So now some of that land, like that's unlimited for pages. The fact that a lot of that land is swampland or wetland, there's not a lot of market value for it. Yeah, it's marginal land. So not in those marginal lands. So if you bought a quarter section of land and 3/4 of that section was just a swamp that you could not farm, that's basically cut out because, you know, nobody wants to buy a swamp. Only that part that is marketable is what they put the market value.
Okay, so what are they paying tax on marketable land?
So it's on the market rate, so it's what that land is worth.
Okay, there's a, they bought that land up by your place, Terry.
That's worth $300,000 a quarter, $400,000.
Well, when Ducks Unlimited buys it, they do pay more than what it's worth because they want the land in there, they have it. But if they were to try to sell it, nobody would pay $300,000 for it. They just bought.
But there's 3/4 by our place that are going up for sale now. It's actually in Two Hills County, or maybe Midbrand, sure. I know we did some work for them and yeah, they bought it and then they find out that it's not what they wanted.
Again, many people with recreation that are assessed recreational.
No. I've had.
What counts for whitus is right.
No, the one that captured where this is referencing, I've not talked.
They call them, they come.
They don't talk to me, so they're
That's
always.
the same.
Oh, the same one? No. Oh, so then
That's
it's.
And aren't the same ones that are. No, there's another one here on 201.
Oh. Okay, no, I didn't.
What's it's coming golf. Right next to his chopping, Terry Hayes chopping land, chopping paying farm, and he's paying.
Yeah.
So this one is over 11 grand and yours over 13, so it's 24
thousand, it doesn't make sense. It's not fair. It's not fair to the people. That way.
Let's review, speak, white gold, even the.
Yeah.
He has heard.
So, these rates here, so just going through the graphs here, page 25, that was the residential rates. As you see, we are quite low. Farmland rates, I'd say we're fairly in the middle. So, you know, Strathcona County's farmland rates are significantly lower than ours. And there's a few others that we're fairly close to. You'll see that Thornhill County in 25 significantly jumped their rates from 18.5 to 21.2. And that was said they lowered their residential, but they increased their farmland. So, and that's the mix that council has to look at and justify what rates we want to do, and that discussion will most likely be in the spring. Unless there's some significant recommendations that come out of here. Non-residential rates, you'll see that we're not the highest, but for the ones that the municipalities that are close to us, Sturgeon and Strathcona, we are significantly higher. Those are the ones that we're competing for non-residential development, and we're very close to Beaver, we're just slightly higher than them. On page 28, 29, 30, just for council's reference as well, we wanted to show the difference between the urban municipalities in our area to show where our rates are compared to them. And as expected, the residential rates are significantly lower than the urban municipalities, but the urbans, that is residential taxes is the bulk of their assessment. You'll see we're in the 3 to 4 range. For example, the town of Lamont is the 10 to 11.5 range. Farmland, there's not a lot of farmland in the urban areas. Some do have. Village of Chittenden has farmland there that they had annexed a few years ago. So that's where you're seeing these comparisons for farmland. Every urban municipality has a small amount of farmland in that area in the annexed edges. And then non-residential for us, Lamont County, compared to the urbans, is on page 30. So the discussion point that we may want to come out of this is there a direction that we should be encouraging the new council to look at coming forward? Is there some areas of concern? We have one with the residential tax rate for residential farmland, or sorry, for non-farmland areas that are used by residents. Is there any others that council would like us to look at? Yeah.
Only increase non-residential rate wherever possible.
That's good.
It does show. Particularly as it relates to adjacent urban.
And based on the sustainable revenue policy that the council approved at the last meeting and discussed over the last couple of months, lowering rates is not recommended until the county can get to a more sustainable revenue rate. And going back to that original discussion we had on the consolidated, the contributions from operations should cover at a minimum amortization. The optimal place is that the operations, taxes and use fees and all of the sources of revenue, cover off the capital requirements of the municipality. Knowing that you purchase a piece of equipment such as a grader, you're going to have to replace it, so there should be money being set aside for that. We haven't recommended any increases at this point. I think that's a discussion for the next council to make. But, you know, the one good point on this tax rates discussion is that in the last 4 years, this council has moved the county to a more sustainable position. It is not one where we're needing to be propping the county up by using reserves.
Recess at 12:08. Reconvene at 12:50. Welcome back, everyone. We'll reconvene the August 18th, 2025 Budget Committee meeting at 12:52. Sorry, 12:52. Prior to recess, I believe we finished the discussion on the tax rate discussion. So we can move on to item 3.5, 2026 charges discussion.
Yes, so we are on page 31 of the package. Fees and charges has been something that council's been adjusting throughout the year. There are no contemplated changes to fees and charges in this budget that was presented. Pages 33 on to page 47 are the bylaw for council's reference. And we will be discussing water rates in the service enhancement section. But there has been no changes at this particular point. So I thought it would be a good time, though, if council does have some questions, if there's something in this in these adjustments that, or in these fees that should be adjusted. Council feels that something's too high or too low. This would be now the time to talk about it. We've spent a considerable amount of council time throughout this year looking into to fees and charges. So I think council's fairly aware of what we have.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned, Darby, on the road tour, we're charging $9,000 to do a oil dust abatement, and I'm not sure what the price of oil was when we did that assessment.
That was around 1,000. This year we're down to 60.
Seems to be able to get your current location.
Down from 1,250 last year.
And when you say iron oil, do you break tonnage down into barrels? Do you?
How many liters of oil to a ton of gravel are we putting?
Four liters per square meter.
Yeah, but that's with the gravel. That's just the oil.
That's just the.
Yeah, so how many percent of oil do you put to the gravel, or what do you, how many liters to a ton of gravel, or you put?
4 liters per square meter.
Better more than that, eh? 4 liters at a barely wet.
No, it's about 4 liters a square meter. We apply it, and we use between 3.5 to 4.5 liter or cubic.
Yeah,
3.5 to 4.5 cubic meters per 400 feet.
cubes, not, that's why I said it's not very much. So how many liters to a cubic meter? Cubic, not yard, but a meter, 39 by 39 by 39 is 1 cube of oil.
15 per spell check. Yeah, I think. Yeah, just see what it costs, yeah, so we're not overcharging the rate payer.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that'll be one that we're in the discussion. Any other piece that council is concerned about, like I said, increased feeder? Anything that, any fees that the council feels that we're missing in that reference bringing? User fees are one of the ways that you balance out, the distribution of revenue, so, but yeah, no, it sounds like that, the council is very familiar with this, they expect to put a lot of time at this meeting into it, as council's been doing so much, work with it already. So
Are you gonna talk water rates in a separate area?
in, this next one here.
Okay.
So, the next section, page 48 is the service enhancements and the operating business cases. So I'm just gonna very quickly go through these, and we'll talk about them as we go through the different, departments. So overall, the top section is just showing where, with the revenues and expenses as presented, showing a $2.5 million cash deficit. After adding back, deficit, after adding back amortization, it's a cash budget of a surplus of $391,000. So there's gonna be a couple of items that we can discuss in here. There's a business case for using a third-party provider for tax certificates. The tax rate discussions, we can add some discussions in there if council wants to about adjusting tax rates. There's one for fire and emergency services about full-time, daytime fire crews. This is in response to the fire master plan that was recently presented to our council and the council of the municipalities in the area. In the water section, we'll be discussing water rates, and if there's a decrease or not, and that's a handout that was provided to you. There's a business case for consulting work for land use bylaws, land use bylaw amendments to support tourism. And that comes along with the residential land tax rate. That may be something that council may want to add into that. ASB has a livestock emergency plan business case, or again, for consultants, and then the economic development has the Alberta Hub increased annual fees. This is a handout based on the discussion that happened last week at council. And there may be others, such as the presentation from the Rural Health Professionals Action Plan, council wants to like that, and the amendment to the tourism for the churchland. So we've covered that already. So this is something that we'll essentially pull out of our packages, and we'll talk to them as we go along. So we're not going to go into these business cases in depth until we get to those specific areas. So that would then take us to page 59 of our package, where we're going to start going through each individual department. This is an opportunity for council to talk about the service levels in each of those departments, and if there's any adjustments to budget. And there's notes on the briefing note cover for some of the items that the administration believe we should highlight. So starting on page 59, this is the Department 11, which is the council operating budget. So this department includes the cost for the governance functions of the county. And you'll see that elected officials training of $25,000 was budgeted in 2025, as per the requirements for the MGA. This is mandated to be completed in 2025. Hence the moving up of these budget committee meetings. So that's been moved for 2026, the next 3 years. It'll then come in at the next election as well, if the MGA still has the mandates for that training. So page 61 shows that consolidated view of this. You'll see that it was a $600,000 expense budget first call for 2025. That's been lowered to 588. Any questions? You see that we're sitting fairly well on budget with 300,000 actuals to date. So given that this was to July, these should be in that 50 to 55% use up of this particular one.
Rodney, what would fall under contracted and general services?
That's where the training was included, as well. There's legal costs, so a lot of that is a contingency. So you'll see the breakdown on page 62. So membership conference fees of 2,700, and legal of 25,000. If you look on page 63, you'll see the budget for the detailed budget for 2025 has an extra 25,000.
Any other conference fees that includes RMA, KSB?
And the membership fees for RMA as well.
That's usually planned they pay for them, they'll come with this. Radio conference and that doesn't come on air.
So.
Plan pays for the members at large in there. So the county pays for mine, Elroy's. How much it goes, that's what the seat plan covers. That's why I get permission, county wasn't paying.
For 26.
We haven't heard where,
Yeah, but there's
possibility.
Those costs will be in Department 63 with egg service support.
Election, what do you think?
So is there any other questions on this? And again, we'll move at the pace the council's comfortable with reviewing these budget lines. Next section would be page 64. This department covers the revenue expenses for the general operations of the municipality, such as tax revenue and penalties. Includes expenses for the office of the CAO and the corporate services functions, including finance, HR, payroll, safety, and IT. As mentioned earlier, clay revenue was reduced to $1 as the clay supplier firm there no longer providing the service. So we'll adjust this in future years if the supplies are restored by another vendor. So if that vendor who purchased that lease starts selling in the future, we'll make sure that they are reporting their sales.
We already have them.
So yeah, the reporting's quarterly, so we have all. Yeah, quarterly. So. Provincial grant funding from the DRP program was received in 2025, so that's no longer budgeted. And you'll see in the 2025 that the tax penalties are higher than budget. We've received notice though that two of the oil and gas unpaid taxpayers are gonna be taken over by the Orphan Well Fund. And then those tax penalties will no longer be collectible. So we've left the budget as remained at the prior year's values instead of increasing it. Police funding model is under review, so no changes have been made. And election costs have been reduced from the 25 amounts. Contingency of $5,000 remains in the event that a by-election is needed. So page 66 shows the multi-year breakdown. Just again, 2025 on the first two columns, and then 26 to 20. So there is some large ones in there, the transfers to local boards and agencies. As discussed earlier, that's money that the county has no control over. Those are requisitions. Most of those are requisitions set by outside agencies. There is some grants to local, grants to other that that's recreation funding, so forth. Any questions, Sarah?
Increased work from the water line, where does that get charged to?
That's a capital project. That's gonna be, we're gonna discuss that back around page 170-ish. So. This process water line project, where those costs. To get the details there, page 67 and 68 and 69 show the detail of the 2026 budget. And then 70 to 72 show the 2025 detail. To page 73, emergency services. This is particularly the fire operating budget. So this department contains the revenue expenses for the regional fire services for the county and municipalities of Village of Andrew, Town of Bruheim, Village of Chittenden, Town of Lamont, Town of Adair. One of the things to note is that subscription expenses have been reduced. And this is done by consolidating some of the fire management programs that were used in previous years. Administration's been able to find an annual savings of approximately $20,000 once this is will be fully implemented. And wages are based on estimates of call volumes for paid on call, and they're often difficult to forecast. So when you see some of the comparisons to actual, they are very difficult to get accurate at a budget forecast like we're looking at. So page 75 and 76 show that the consolidated multi-year. And so we can discuss the full-time daytime fire crews at this point. So that business case, so we're going to do a little bit of flipping back and forth. That business case is page 50 of your package. And this is a business case and following up from actually that's not 50, it is on page 52 of your package. It is a business case following on daytime, on the fire master plan that was reported to council. Fire Chief Moore will walk us through a little bit more of that.
So yeah, before you say business case to transition from spring duty crew to a full-time Monday to Friday daytime fire crew. As Mr. Boyko said, it was recommended in the fire master plan. We've also noticed a significant
decrease in the availability of our membership during that time of Monday to Friday, daytime hours. Excuse me, due to no fault of our members, they are paid on-call members who have primary careers. Some of them outside of the county, some of them inside of the county. But the availability of the response during the day has significantly decreased over the years, not just in Lamont County, but in fire services in general. One of the things you'll notice is in 2023, when we had the last full-time stats for it, 38% of the time, a secondary or a third district or fire station was required to be paged out due to the lack of availability of responding members during the day. So this business case discusses the requirements for that staff. It also discusses some of the alternative tasks and duties that would be required of the staffing. So they would not just be sitting around waiting for calls. They would be doing some requirements, legislative requirements, such as hose testing, equipment maintenance and repairs, and fire promotions, fire investigations, and inspections. It would also follow up with the fire burn permits in the spring, so that springtime duty crew would be replaced by the full-time duty crew. An ideal situation would be we would have the crew start off at Chipman at the RTC and then rotate through the different towns and villages wherever they were required for the tasks for that week. Yeah, is there any questions I can answer the council?
So if there's no questions, we'll come back at the end if there's any added or increased level of service, or if it'll just be presented as is to the new council. And my apologies, I actually missed the operating business case for the finance department. So the other departments that I missed the one for my department. So I'll actually turn your attention back to page 50 of your packet. Sorry? Yeah, it's very important. So this is outsourcing tax certificates to a company that does them on demand. We were introduced to a new company called Dye & Durham that is a company that works with a number of financial programs, but they provide tax certificates on demand. This is a fairly popular in the East, and they're moving quite a bit more in some of the Western provinces as well. This is an online program where, I should just take one step back. Tax certificates are a program that finance provides for realtors, banks, lawyers. And what it does is it's when you're buying or purchasing a property, the taxes need to be split. They're for January to December, they need to be split between the parties purchasing and selling. We get a number of tax certificate requests. In fact, this bottom of page 50 shows that there's multiple occasions where 20 plus certificates were requested in one day. So what we do right now is that those requests come in, we check to make sure that they've paid, whether it's through the credit card program or whether they're going to send us a check if they've got an account with us. And then we produce the tax certificate. It shows, their balances and so forth. We also use this to collect receivables to make sure that we're informing the lawyers when there's receivables on the account. It is a labor-intensive process, but it's a common process for a municipality. This particular company is one where those legal firms and realtors sign up with them, and they can provide an online form, usually within minutes of them paying the fee. The satisfaction is quite well received in other places of doing it. And it's a no cost to administration, but they do have a $25 fee that goes to the person who's somebody who has to pay it. So they have a $25 per certificate fee that they charge to the person requesting it. So essentially, it's possible that this could be a zero cost to the county, but additional cost by increasing the fee to the people who are using it. It's not normally done by residents. Their residents can just call up and ask for their balances or a statement.
Yes, the realtors.
It's the realtors and the lawyers that are reporting. And the banks too as well, if they're holding a mortgage, they'll often ask for a tax certificate to know that real balance. So
Who does now, the tax clerk?
depending on who takes it, it can be any one of the clerks in finance doing it. So there is usually they want to have a fairly quick turnaround on these. Lawyers are not known for getting information early from them. They like to hold it right till the very last minute to get those closing amounts. So there's right now there's a 24 to 40 hour turnaround, but it could be any particular person who does it.
Right now, there's no cost to the ratepayers, right? When they go out and they gotta pay $25 extra.
Right now it charges with a $50 charge for it. That's in the fees and charges bylaw. This would be increasing it for to another $25 on top of that, but the service is significantly faster. Optionally though, council could look at reducing the cost and having a reduced revenue on those tax certificates, and then just having the service be quicker. It's not going to significantly reduce the workload. The system does print them off. It's just the time required to actually go into the system, do the printing, having myself sign it, and then send out before they go. So I do review each of those before they go out.
So they're under the Privacy Act, there'll be a lot more people have information accounting.
Anybody at this point can request a tax certificate. They just have to pay the fee. So there is no change to having the information, because anybody can call up, and it specifies in the MGA that anybody can request a tax certificate for any parcel as long as they pay the fee.
What I'm getting at is those certificates are in the county now, but if we get these guys to do it, then our information is somewhere else.
No, the information is still in the tax system.
So where does that?
It's a connection between the two softwares. So that their tax certificate, their program will be housed on our network, and then they'll just be able to access their portion of that information.
Councilor, what is it? The question privacy.
This one is reduce our fee to $25. You have the company doing the search so that at the end result, the cost to the ratepayer or whoever's asking the cost for the certificates stays at $52.
Yes.
$52. Is the workload that's creating now is minimal, but you're going to be less work for staff not having to deal with this, right?
Yes.
How many do we have finance now for staff? 4, 5,
3. It very depends on sales, that it's depending on the sales of land. It's not that many. It comes during the summer, it's quite a bit.
Yeah.
Bit more, like there's, like I said, there can be days that there's 20 requests a day. There can be, a week or two that go out with that. It really is, it's an up and down demand. You can't really guesstimate that very.
I think the key on this whole presentation is bullet 6 on page 50. Where instead of it taking us 24 to 48 hours to generate the certificate manually, this company can do it within seconds, right?
Yes.
So somebody could walk in the door and conceivably within a half hour walk out the door with their tax certificate.
Yes.
But we got the same computer program. So what, our employees can do the same thing?
It's an addition on to the computer program. And it allows those lawyers to set up that, and yes, instead of it being that the requests come to us, the fax or email of a picture of their check or setting up the account, invoicing it, all of that, instead of us doing that administration internally, an outside contractor does that, and they set up the accounts and they work with the lawyers, and lawyers can be from, we've had lawyers from Saskatchewan and Manitoba contacting us for tax certificates because that might be where the person is living. So, and often there's 2 tax certificates because the vendor's lawyer wants to have a tax certificate, and the vendor's lawyer doesn't trust the purchaser's lawyer, so the purchaser's lawyer does the tax. So often we have multiple tax certificates from opposing clients who are asking for it. So, and it's the same amount of work for us to do it. For that. So this is essentially no cost. It will free up some time. It'd be hard to estimate what that exactly that time is going to be, but it's 10 to 15 minute process for just doing this tax certificate, but we have to make sure we get the information and print it out and sign it and all of that kind of stuff. Make sure that the money being collected from those vendors, reconciling it. This way, this company, if they get 5 tax certificates, then they send that money to us every day at the end of the day. So. Okay, so kind of what I'm hearing is that we'll bring back a recommendation to reduce the fee to $25 and move forward with this in the fall. Excellent. Okay, so we are, if there are no other questions on fire, we're on page 81. This is the community peace officer operating budget. So just as a note, the wages for the staff member are included in the general municipal department to protect the privacy of the individual staff member. And as discussed in previous years, any department where there's only 1 staff member, we don't want to violate privacy of showing them wages, so they are shown in the general municipal department. So page 82, you'll see the breakdown of the 5-year. On some of these, where you see government transfers in the 2025 actual column, that is because we've used the local government fiscal framework for purchasing capital assets. So in this particular case, 2025, we used that grant to fund the purchase of capital there. Really only minor adjustments to any of the budget lines. We don't know what. So in this particular case, sales and user charges is fine revenue. We don't know what that revenue is going to be a number of months, so the work that the peace officer is doing today, most likely we won't get that till next year at some point, as the courts catch up to it. So this 18,000 fine revenue is revenue that would have come from previous years. And the detailed breakdown of that budget is on page 83. Council has any other questions? Yes, most of it, the under warranty. But there is still some equipment that may not be under warranty, so we thought it would be a privilege to leave some of that expenditures in there. If there's no questions, we'll move on to page 86, which is the safety.
Where's the salary?
Because there's only one person here that salary is in the
So it's 79,000 plus salary rate as the deficit.
yes. Safety, page 86. This is the revenue expenses for the health and safety program. Again, which are in the general municipal department to prevent privacy. So some of the things in here for the contracted services is bringing in training, education courses, the cost of an auditor for our core program, as well as some membership and conference fees. See the breakdown on page 88 of the detailed line by line budget for that. Goods and supplies, while that's a significant budget, that's purchasing PPE for the organization. So we bring it into to this line budget and then give it out as significant requirements under the occupational health and safety code that require these safety budgets and as well as that core. Having that core helps reduce our WCB costs, and then we also encourages our vendors to have that core as well. Questions then? So page 90, moving on to Department 32, Public Works Operating. So this is revenue expenses for road maintenance, drainage, fleet maintenance, and capital projects. Just to note, there is some small contingencies that we continue to hold in here for engineering, insurance, and legal to address ad hoc issues as they come up. So if council has a program or something that we need some engineering on, this is we do have some funding in the operational budget so that doesn't, have to be, taken out of reserves. Contract hauling has only been reduced minimally, and it's left as a contingency if weather-related delays are seen in the 2026 program. We've seen significant savings in the contract hauling area for 2025. And you'll be able to see that on page 95, near the bottom. 337,000 was spent of an $888,000 budget. And some of the revenues have increased in 2025 for the dust abatement program, as this was the first full year of the user paid program. And finally, clay purchases were reduced to a low-cost product available. If there's any changes to the use of that low-cost product, then would have to be increasing the expenditure lines for that. So page 92 has the consolidated breakdown. And you'll see this is the bulk of amortization for the organization, budget of 2.29 for 2026. And that's where that non-cash adjustment comes from. The detailed breakdown of that that budget is on page 93 and 94. Actuals for 2025 are on page 95 and 96.
Ever any reaction to the incident right to the department?
We'll be back on
And collection is fairly straightforward. We've had a couple of people who have not used service and have chosen not to pay, so we removed the bins from those locations, and there's been no consumers.
So is it individual bid or what great big?
Individual bins at each residence.
Each resident
As a bin, yes, and so we pick up.
Just the regular corruption.
Yeah.
or just they can tell them.
Yeah.
They look at it as if it's
It comes with that armor.
keeps from Monday to Hillary to take something.
Yes, so we contract the service through the town there.
What does it cost us for that?
800 and
It's about $80 a month, I believe.
I just know the individual bill.
So, okay, you put
Individual bill,
the rest-
every individual is still $28.
Okay, $28 per month for this.
is it they pay for it?
They pay for it and we pay it directly. We do not have I think there's a small admin fee on top of that.
Yeah. You see what it is.
That goes to
Yeah.
that goes to the town.
The town of Mudare, it's the same service provider that the town of Mudare uses.
For collect money.
Yes,
Subsidy.
yes, so that came in a couple of years back where we introduced that fee. And there's been no
feedback on that.
negative feedback, so.
We are using a new collector as of next month though, like Mudare is.
Town of Mudare changed the.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they were gonna originally move the bins in, but now they've changed their mind, they're just gonna keep the bins, same bins, it's just a different driver to do the truck, that's it.
On page 93, the bank charges and interest would we be incurring.
That is for the loan for our township 560, the dimension. Semi-annual payments for that. Draw. That's right, but it's also the largest portion of the services we provide. So, yeah, so and like those contingencies that I said, like legal fees, we've left $40,000 in there for a contingency, professional fees of 40,000 as well. In case there's a project or such that the council would like us to research and that we may need specific knowledge for. There's no questions. So this is the revenues and expenses for the operating and potable water distribution system, including the truck bill, Heartland, Hilliard, along with the town. So labor is split between a contract operator and a part-time staff operator. Again, wages are not budgeted in this area to protect the privacy of the staff member. So you'll there is some amounts that in the actuals that are not going to get through the departments. It's usually moved on a fairly consistent basis. So the detail in there, this department is a net draw, a subsidy from taxes of $350,000. You'll see that the water revenues at the top are $471,000 collected. So this would also be the time that we could talk about water rates. So I did hand that out earlier to council as to if there is some changes that council would like to make. So again, this is a significant draw on taxes and is normally a user pay in most municipalities. There was a move about 10 years ago for it to be full cost recovery. Understandably, though, sometimes these services cannot be full cost recovery. Then the user fees get out of a scope where individuals can handle.
I don't recall ever that it was.
The government wanted it to become full cost
Yeah, but
recovery.
it never was.
It never did. No. Most municipalities have not been able to achieve that. So, council did put significant time in 2024, talking about, or 2025 as well, talking about tax rates in the individual areas. So the spreadsheet that we provided does show what the revenue from the 2, 3, 4, 5, 20% increase. So the reason why the big jump on the 20% is because that was the increases that came through the through from Epcor to the Northeast Water to JS to us in 2025.
There never was so big increase.
There was some, it didn't pass it all along, though. It ended up being budgeted. It was a budget, but I don't think that all actually came through fruition. So.
It's a private group that John has been to create it up like it's. Actually, the water didn't really go up that much.
No, but overall, there has been no complaints that we've received for those rates. We are currently purchasing that at $1.86.
Yeah.
Per cube.
You're selling it at what?
$5.94, the truck bills.
That's what, our line is $5.94 cube.
That's correct. Industrial water rates, the industrial water rates were, negotiated. And there's a flat fee for, most of them at $583 a month. And then for negotiated, their rates are around $5, actually just over $5.
But I thought the Heartland truck bill was $4. Not, $5.94, it's $95 a load, and I paid $65 a load.
In 2024 it was $4.95.
$4.95.
In 2024, 2025 it was increased to $5.94.
What was it? $4.94. That's good. What's that? No, that is not what minutes. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, so I thought we were for something, how did it jump to $6?
Council,
On, well, he mentioned $5.94 we're paying now, Cuban, I thought it was in the $4 we're paying at Heartland uphill.
Harlan's actually $5.50. Hilliard is $5.90.
When did it change to $5.54?
We council set those rates, yeah, and then I think January 1st. My apologies, I was looking at the Hilliard truck bill, I flipped the page over. Part of that is $5.54. I do have detailed breakdowns, but these are interesting individual customers. So if the council wants to discuss this, I recommend we do that in closed session.
What is that?
They're the individual consumption and rates for individual customers. So the industrial customers have negotiated rates. That was the discussion that happened, yeah, as a result of our meetings.
We can't increase their fees 20% across the board.
That's correct.
Made a nickel.
And we're still at the point of subsidizing by 300.
Calcium chloride, you want the piece of order, they threatened to leave the county,
Yes.
so we held the water bills down. They still left. Because they said it was cheaper than electrical.
Yes, so it's the costs can only go up.
Yep.
So much, and we have the infrastructure, but it's that economies of scale, you know. To be able to pay it off, you'd have to have smaller facilities, but we need the larger facilities to meet the demand, so. And there's still requirements that we have to have those contractors there. We have to be able to keep that plant running 24 hours a day. The salaries and the repair costs that go that with it. So we have complaints about the water not coming at a fast enough rate, and we have to have the funds to address those operational needs.
Yeah, that's just for
The Heartland station. Yeah.
Well, that thing was very good until we had that other operator and all of a sudden it's had to see, I don't know what he did in there.
Did council wants to look up when we change those rates? It would be by bylaw.
Yeah.
So, no, okay.
Good on-
Yes. Oh, there we are. Yeah.
The failure to add the water line. Hours for Andrews.
Towers.
Did we discuss what we're going to be charged of a transmission fee?
Because this is an intermunicipal matter, suggest maybe we go into closed session. To discuss it.
I can tell you what's within the bylaw. Session. Village of Andrew is charged $3.17 per cubic meter plus a line fee.
Plus line fee.
$3.17.
yeah.
What the new council?
Yeah, how much? Yeah, at least.
By way of
Way to get out of it.
10% between 2024 and 2025, amounting to $200 million.
That again?
The 10% increase between 2024 and 2025 amounted to about $200,000 reduction deficit.
And yeah, I think that this is more of a directional discussion. The administration is going to we state the CPI, so between 2 to 3% is where that's available to factor in the costs. Though CPI is not necessarily indicative of these particular type of costs. So our costs may go up based on what the suppliers are providing us for equipment, repairs, engineering, and so forth. See it late November-ish. Just right around our budget time is where we normally get that information from.
It's probably prudent to wait for that also.
Yes. It's something that the new council is going to need to be aware of, that the water department is a user fee to a specific number of residents. It does cost in taxes, and that these fees need to be continually looked at and increased. It's not a set it and forget it type of fee. It is they look at it every year.
We have to be cautious here too, because $5.54 a cube is getting up there as far as
And it gets to a point where you start driving customers away.
right.
And you can't, it's a delicate balance. You can't make it full cost recovery and then because you're not gonna get the volume.
We chips it down the road.
Yes.
It's $3 something.
Absolutely.
Well, sure it is.
I think 34, we're paying $5 and, sorry, Darby, what was it again at Heartland?
It's $5.54.
Yeah, they-
It's $5.
The first number. So moving on, the next department is 63, the ASB department. So the agricultural service department is significantly funded by the provincial government. And forest programs such as the Weed Act on the province's behalf. You'll see contracted services are increased for 2026 to include the wild boar surveillance program as well as contracted spraying. The page 105 again has the consolidated breakdown. You're seeing $186,000 in government transfers. Again, higher in 2025 because we utilized the local government fiscal framework to offset some of the purchases of equipment. And it's essentially just a flow through. We have to show it as revenue and operations. So no significant increases, in fact, slight decrease in revenue for 2025 in the other category, and a slight increase in total expenses, including a $10,000 increase to amortization and a $10,000 increase to contracted and general services.
You said spraying, is it broken down in here with the spraying cost?
Whatever. Yeah, the inside the contract services, the spraying was roughly $10,578 in 2024.
happening, when are you gonna tell us about the sprayer truck?
In 2 pages. That's part of the capital. So that would be when you get to page 135.
This grant, Terry, how many more years is it in place?
For ASB grant?
Yeah.
We just renewed it for a 5-year term. 5 years, yeah. So we're good till 2029. The ASBPC, which is the Agricultural Service Board Provincial Committee, they are dealing with the ministry to see if that can be amended to include a cost of living as well.
Bring forward the fact that there's a grant, but they don't offset it for inflation, even though we know that's going to happen. Okay, so the next department is the Department 49. We're on page 110. This is the CALC department. So CALC is primarily funded by the provincial government through the CALC program. CALC department also utilizes an advisory board, programming direction, and provides services for both the county and the municipalities within the county. Page 111 is that breakdown. You'll see there is a slight decrease in funding for the budget. So 142,000 is remained for the government transfers. Previously, there was a course that the county took in revenues for the firearm safety training course. However, that's been outsourced to a different vendor. Still operate the program through CALC, but we don't collect the money for that program. Salary and wages, or the small cost of living increase in merit. Contracted and general services up slightly for the year, and materials and goods and supplies up slightly. Yeah, there's professional fees that are in there. That's for the facilitators to provide these services. You can see that breakdown on page 112 of the detailed budget. This is a fairly well received program. A lot of uptake, and the program has seen significant success in the last few years. It's and it's a great program when we look at the benefit to our residents. $142,000 of revenue from the province in regards to a $271,000 program. That's a little bit better than 50 cents. Yes, we pay the balance through taxes. Page 114 is the the FCSS department. So these are combined, these are the community services departments. Again, this is a program that's primarily funded by the provincial government. The FCSS also uses an advisory board to determine programming direction and provide services for both the county and the municipalities within the county. Now when we look at the consolidated, you'll see that on page 115. There's essentially a draw of just over $200,000 from taxes or program. Budgeted revenue is $532,000. There is some funding that comes from the municipalities, albeit not significant, but you'll see that on page 160. Provincial grants $482, funding units paid for almost $39,000. Yeah. So, so this is the revenue expenses for the subdivision and the development program areas. Some of the adjustments that you'll see, revenue for development permit has been reduced to reflect previous year's actuals. That revenue was a little overstated in past budgets. Expenditures for engineering fees in prior years were set aside for the process water project. These funds are now moved to the capital project, and you'll see that it's shown by a reduction of contracted services of $150,000. This is again looking at those fees or those expenses and moving them to the appropriate area and reducing them as needed. That $150,000 was there in previous years, as there was no certainty as to what the funding would be if we needed to do this water line on our own. So it's great that we're able to get the grant from. So the consolidated is on page 122. So you'll see that reduction from $105,000 down to $89,000. But you also see it total expenses drop that from $1.097 million down to $994,000. So there still is some contracted services for legal and professional fees based on the development plan, land use bylaws, and the associated enforcement that comes along with maintaining bylaws of that mission. And as discussed in the earlier time when we talked about service levels, that Hamlet concerns and that bylaw enforcement fall under this department. Whether it's done by our police officer or it's done by a contracted bylaw officer, just becomes an allocation of those resources. Questions or detail? Moving on to that. This is for economic development, bringing new businesses into our community. As for number one goal in our strategic plan, you'll see that there is a government transfer of $32,000 introduced in the 2026 budget. That is a federal grant that we received for interpreting to foreign, in getting foreign investment to come into the county. Overall, and then the other revenue, 60,000. Mostly primarily around the donations, for our annual re-sculpt tournament, which I put a plug in for. It's coming up later on this week. The salaries, wages and benefits, again, that line is, protect the privacy of the individual staff member who's in the planning and development area to, so that it's still seen. And again, we did a reduction in the professional fees. You'll see that it was $110,000 from $135,000 last year, reduced down to $83,000. There was funds in there that were for the process waterline economic development side that have been reduced as well. Questions? We'll move on to the last section, and this is actually just an informational item on here. So page 129. Previously, the Lamont County Library Board was a department within the county organization. At the end of 2024, the library board took their bookkeeping and their expenditures under their own financial reporting. And so what happens annually now is that they will request their yearly contribution in December or January, and it's now budgeted under the general taxation and administration lines, so Department 12.
It still will get, I think there's so much per capita that.
Yes, so around $20,000.
Yeah, that's over and above the provincial grant.
That's correct.
That's strictly from Lamont.
Yes. So yeah, so that amount hasn't changed in our budget. So then information piece is the page 131, grant information. So just to give council an overall amount as to what we're getting from the province. This breaks down showing the GFF operating capital grants, community building fund. Some of that we did not have the updates. Their system was down, so we were spinning for a couple of weeks, haven't been able to access it. So we used some of the older information, not anticipating significant changes. That is it is for the daycare funding, daycare funding. So it's a flow through. The day homes provide their costs and the first student child funding, and then we transfer student costs with a smaller fee that we're able to keep. We're one of the funds that it actually flows through the municipality. We have a couple of different day homes, and where most of those are directly. Maybe why don't we go through reserves before we take a break? So the reserves are on page 133 and 134. The only comment that kind of like, so council's been familiar with this listing. The comment that I'd like to make out of this is that, in the past number of years, we've been using, like the vehicle and equipment replacement reserve for our needs. And we have not been replenishing it. We have been building up our tax stabilization reserves. You'll see that now down near the bottom, non-residential is 2.7 million. And there's a tax stabilization, residential and farmland of 2.9 million. To meet the capital equipment requirements, we may need to pull from those funding, or when the end of the year finances come through, to determine if we should be rebuilding that capital equipment reserve, or the vehicle, or the general capital reserve. It's also a place we can take from. So we are.
Keep in mind that we dispose of some rolling fleet and those stuff.
Yes.
Go back into.
Yes.
Spending.
Either one, that's the options that council has. Unfortunately, there is, some of the equipment is aging that we, for instance, graders are used every single day of the year, for the most part. And, they're a four season use, so they wear out. But that's, I want to make council aware of this, and then we'll talk about it more as we discuss the individual capital items. Any questions on the reserve? And an interesting note, this is what one of the things that Mr. Tarnowski brought up earlier in the presentation. We've increased our reserves by about $10 million over the last 4 years. Council has done some great work, making sure that the revenue is there, as well as giving administration the direction to be responsible with the provision of services.
Have any unrestricted reserves?
No, we've been moving that into restricted. I believe there's a small amount, 50,000.
The capital expenditure for equipment and stuff is done, right?
Yeah, for 2025.
For 2025, so that balance as of July 31st shouldn't change significantly.
Well, there is a couple that we're going to be bringing in.
Check was cut, so.
Okay, so the check was cut already. So,
Money.
yeah, so. This was updated as close as we could with all of the purchases.
It is capital road reserve. What is that for?
That was set up for rebuilding any local roads that we may need to. So the council was to pick a road that needed to be rebuilt. That's where that
192 through the sloop of it.
It is a carried forward project under capital.
192. Yeah. We'll have that right. budgeting for water. I believe that the budget-
Twenty-six, yeah.
That isn't for agenda.
Okay, any other questions on reserves? It's recess at 2:18. Come back at 2:30. We'll reconvene the August 18th, 2025 Budget Committee meeting at 2:32. And I believe we are on item 3.22, 2026 capital equipment.
Yes, just for council's awareness, the cover page for this went out of order. It's on page 142, 143. So we just reprinted it off and handed it out. It is the exact same sheet, except it's slightly bigger and it's separate. So this is the capital equipment section. So this is the equipment needed to maintain infrastructure and deliver services to residents and stakeholders. So, did a slightly different exercise with the capital equipment and capital assets this year. Introduced a bit of a ranking of capital assets for the 2026 budget. So, we went through a discussion on each item. And analyzed it through the following lenses. And in these are the priority area that administration looked at. Whether it's a legal, legislative, or a contract requirement, if it's a health and safety imperative, does it generate revenue? Does the absence or require us to change our service level, or does it maintain that service level? Is it replacement plan driven? Council went through an exercise earlier in the year, earlier in 2024, of what the replacement plan is based on 15 years for each particular asset. Is it something that increases or decreases efficiency? Is it a councilor request as for a specific request of an item? Is it a best or leading practice, or is it a nice to do? So the best way that we were able to find of using this matrix was to determine, was there a driving factor, and was there any secondary factors? So as we go through, we'll talk about what the driving factor of replacement was, and it just allows council to be able to rank equipment, to rank projects, to determine, council wouldn't want to include nice to do, but exclude a legal or legislative requirement, and that type of thing. So, and just as a note, the reserve funding sources, nor the grants are detailed in this this number yet. So essentially shows what the raw number is for purchasing that asset. In this particular case, on our summary, it's $3.2 million. Budgeted for sale of equipment of these assets to get back 576. And then we'll need to find the sources to fund that. And as we talked about page 131, the local government fiscal framework capital grant has $1.3 million that we have access to. So just under half of that amount can be funded by capital grants. And then how do we fund that remaining difference becomes a reserve discussion, or the increasing revenue discussion, or decreasing the equipment that is approved. So we're going to be going alphabetical order this year, starting off with the ASB equipment, and the items should be in somewhat order. Looks like a couple of these things maybe fell out of order. So the first item on here is Unit 4104, a Chevy 1500 crew cab replacement, and that is on page 139. So the crew cab replacement, essentially the driving factor to replace this is the replacement plan, and due to the age of the unit, under efficiency is a secondary factor, albeit a little bit of a low criteria. And essentially on the nice to do side, this is a high, given that this is an older unit and bringing that it is still a usable unit, but it's definitely on the replacement plan to be removing those units. So overall, the estimated cost of this is $61,500 for the purchase plus estimated a $10,000 trade-in value for this.
So, page 135, you outlined a current situation rationale. Did you reflect on the?
We didn't reflect it on the business cases, just walking through that, speak to that. So this one is replacement plan driven, this particular unit.
And this has reached the end of its life.
Sorry.
Has this unit reached the end of its life?
The truck,
Yeah.
it's based on the 10-year equipment plan, and it's on the bubble of some of the repairs are starting to show, and it's just like any other piece of equipment, if it's a crapshoot, if you don't trade it off sooner than later, you could have some larger expenses. Considering the one that we traded off we sold last year, we had some rear end issues, we had differential and transmission issues that started to surface. Now, if we would have done it a year sooner, realistically, we could have saved some money.
If the one with the annual replacement.
Correct.
5% tariff increase concerns on that on top, right? So we're in the party constraint. That may not be a thing even at that time. Yeah, so. But if it's, yeah, it goes to being out of repairing.
Recommend. See? Stop the
No, this is not a budget, this is a committee discussion.
So I think the council would be, sorry, budget. Yeah, it appears to be on the right track. The next council will firmly decide.
Yes. So the next item is page 141. And this is the disposal of the spray truck. So this is the driving factor of this is essentially revenue generation. The truck is, we found other ways to better utilize the service. From an efficiency standpoint, this is a medium recovery, and it's simply on nice to do on the low side. So this is so ASP owns a spray truck that has historically been used for weed control. However, finding a qualified candidate to operate the vehicle has faced challenges in the past. Over the past 3 years, the Lamont County has contracted the spray program to improve its efficiency and effectiveness. So essentially now it's looking at, do we allocate funds for the maintenance of this spray truck, or we prepare it for sale while continuing to contract out that spray program? So it's a 2013 International. The mileage on it is 34,000 kilometers. Right now, to replace that, we could replace it with a $20,000 truck, and a $20,000 spray system. So that's where we've estimated that we could, possibly get $40,000 on the sale of that unit. And it costs us around $9,000 on an annual basis to contract the service.
I thought we made a motion to, sell the truck.
Isn't it? We made the motion to bring it forward to council.
That was Egg Service Board who made that resolution.
So I thought it was coming to the next meeting to be, liquidated. Well, now it's too late to sell a spray truck because it's not spray season in the new year, and that who's gonna buy it at the end of the season.
But for $20,000, that's a pretty decent deal for a little truck like that, little 34,000.
Yeah, we should be getting more than 20 grand for it.
Or the whole unit together is 40,000.
Where we're selling it as a unit.
The spray tank is on. What we did the breakdown on what the going rates that other municipalities. This is an ongoing problem that municipalities, you can't find, or you're competing with the private sector, trying to find the updaters. A lot of municipalities are getting. That's all the contract. So what we did is we did a breakdown on what the cab and chassis is worth, and then what the spray system is worth. So for 40,000, that's what we're anticipating.
Right together.
40,000. We may get more.
I thought we, cause it'll cost us 10 grand a year, and those guys are done spraying in 10 days, they're gone. And we're getting the weeds all in time instead of the whole season when it's seeded out, so I thought that was the plan already for this truck is to sell it as a unit. And I thought we were gonna advertise to all the municipalities around, not just throw it in a sale, like try to sell it ourselves.
No, once council does approve it, then it's gonna be listed, and a lot of municipalities will be looking in the off season for the fall year in 2026.
But I thought this was supposed to have the last meeting, now it's gotta wait till November. I thought we were, cause at the Ag Service Board, I thought we said it's coming to the next meeting.
The next council meeting. Which would have been the budget meeting.
So, cause we decided cause it came up at our Ag Service Board as ongoing.
Correct.
So that means it's been, when was our meeting before that was in, so we had a meeting now in August. When was the one before that?
June.
So June is when we discussed this, right? So it should have been at the end of June meeting.
I think what Terry's telling you is he'll get more if he sells it.
I made the recommendation to the service board for the simple reason to spend a little bit of time and questioning it. I wasn't aware that we could have sold it prior to the next budget.
We said bring it to the meeting, not the budget meeting. Now we gotta wait till November and see what the other council decides. But I thought we were gonna make a motion to start, but advertise ourselves, not just throw it to sale between all the municipalities around and all over. You guys must have a hotline with your Ag Service Boards.
Seriously.
And, but now we gotta wait, let the other council decide and put it in. If we had have done it, like we said, at the meeting, the next council meeting, it was supposed to go to budget, is what I'm getting at. We could have it for sale now.
So. How many years have we done Cousin Spring?
We're 3 years into contract.
Now, is that a council resolution? I'm not sure what's at issue here. Is contract spraying issue or selling the truck an issue? Because if selling a truck is an issue, it shouldn't be a budget item.
That's what I'm getting at, Dave. This should have been at the meeting and we can have it for sale now. You can start out at the end of the season. Guys are doing their budgets. You can advertise it out now is like, but if we put it in the budget, it's gotta wait till the next council and it's gotta go in December. But this one in particular was coming to.
I was just gonna.
This one isn't supposed to be in the budget meetings where we gotta wait, cause that decision was already made. We just had to bring it to the meeting.
As long as council is comfortable
contract spring, which.
I'm not sure the way this thing is written, it's almost.
Well, this is the, council moved the service level to contract with spring
Okay,
in the past. This is essentially the finality of changing that service level. So that this service level now is, you know, once the equipment is gone, we are adjusting our service level that it be contract service.
That $10,000, did we supply the chemical or did they supply it? We do. Okay, so we got it done, $10,000 in 10 days. They worked from 4 in the morning, sun up to sundown, and they were gone. We would have been spraying all summer and Dan, everything in the weeds. So it's still, it's, you contract it out, and we were trying to sell the truck while it's still worth something. That was a big thing.
if you wanna bring it back to the next Tuesday council meeting or the one after that, what's.
We can make a motion to do it at a committee meeting, committee motion to bring it back.
Council.
Because we already made it.
Big service.
We made a ag service board to bring it to the next council meeting. Future council meeting.
Oh, we gotta get it out of this doc.
Gotta get it out of this document.
We could be-
So then the budget committee recommends administration. Whatever this is.
You guys got your ag service board meetings and maybe one of the other counties want it.
Well, I took it as when the ASB made the resolution, that it'd be a council meeting and I took it as this budget meeting.
Okay, so you're saying we wanna have hold it.
Yes, it was the general meeting. Following through on that.
This process over the, we shouldn't hear. But I think we saw it ourselves, right? Yeah. The sale and then whatever.
I think then council would need to have a disposal of equipment needs to be approved by council, not by a committee.
Bring it to Tuesday.
Okay, so excellent. This one. Excellent. Okay, so the next item on here is unit 434. 2026-04, and apologies, we have to jump back. These printed out of order. Page 137 is where this item is on here. So this is a Devilman sidearm replacement.
So
And
can I suggest, so that we can get a little bit of efficiency, we have a replacement plan to see this replaced one factor every year. However, to get us, we can do one side on every year. This would recommend two.
One sidearm is replaced every 6 years, every mower every 3 years. So for every 2 mowers, you get a sidearm. Anything beyond that, we found out that the studies show that on both aspects, the gearboxes, the drive lines, there is major wear and major repairs that come forward.
So we have 2 Devilman sidearms. We have one Devilman sidearm and one 2026. One Kubota. Strategy.
And the Kubota tractor has a 5-year replacement plan, and this is the last year for warranty on it. And we're finding that there's a lot of repairs that are done to this tractor this year.
So we may not be proposing to buy it.
We're looking at replacing one, right?
Yeah, replace the Kubota.
Says replace it.
But it doesn't matter if it's not just Kubota, it could be John Deere, it could be.
Whoever gives
all
the
the
tender.
whoever gives the tender.
You've got this for the Kubota tractor.
All three.
all three.
I tried to address all three.
Doing the sidearm, the Degelman and the mower, or the
And
sidearm, the mower and the tractor.
And the sidearms in the 6-year rotation, the mower's in the 3-year rotation, and the tractors Get rid of it, well, it's got warranty, we get double the price.
So it's, we'll ask you that.
Okay, excellent.
Sorry, that made me sure I'm mistaken.
So the next section is Spire 2026-01. Those are on page 148. The 148 is the brush truck. 150 is a utility truck. The RTC, the Regional Training Center, the furnace replacements is on page 152. And a rescue replacement is on page 153. So the first one, the brush truck, this is a replacement of a 2008 Ford F-350 stationed in Andrew. The driving factor on this is service level maintenance recovery, and that is a high factor. Majority of wildfire events that emergency service department responds to are in the rural areas of the county. These off-road fires do not have easy access and are often inaccessible by full-size engines. Lamont County Emergency Service currently operates a fleet of 4 brush trucks. The oldest units in our fleet are those brush trucks. Historically, it's shown that a replacement of a brush truck delivers a near immediate improvement to meeting the off-road services levels of the department. This unit is well beyond its serviceable life and needs to be replaced.
Council may recall that there was a recommendation to replace 2 of these last year. Council will replace 1 in order to try to make it.
Rescue replacement at the same time, right?
Absolutely. So that would be on page 153. The rescue replacement. This is a 1996. It's unit 5228. It's scheduled or stationed in Vernon. It's a heavy rescue unit. And that is also a service level maintenance item as the rationale for response. The unit is used as a heavy rescue unit for motor vehicle collisions, off-road rescues, and entrapments. It's also a rehab center for firefighters on duration scenes. The unit is beyond its recommended serviceable life and should be replaced. During a recent apparatus review and the creation of the 15-year replacement apparatus plan, the decision was made to remove 3 rescues from the Lamont County Emergency Services fleet and have 2 strategically located apparatuses remaining. This requires the timely replacement of these 2 remaining rescues to meet the needs.
Question for Chief Ward. What are these capital expenditures for the fire department gonna stop?
There's a break in a couple of years. On the 15-year replacement plan that council saw last year, there was heavy front load to bring the apparatus up to operational requirements. Then it slows down for a couple of years and then starts to stagger out the apparatus in a patterned replacement. Does that answer the question?
What is that rescue? What is it now? Is it what kind of truck is it now?
It's a 1996 freight.
You want to, sorry.
No, wait, no, actually, yeah.
What I'm wanting to know is, so we just replaced one last year.
What's that, sorry?
We just replaced the other rescue last year. what did we replace here? Cause it says we want to replace the two of them. Did we not just replace the last one?
There was 5 on the replacement plan. We eliminated 3 of them. That leaves us 2 of them, and those 2 need to be replaced. There's one this year, which is this 1996. And then there's one on the books for next year, which is a 2000. We haven't replaced a rescue in my time.
So we reduced the number.
Okay, so you reduce the number, but what I'm getting at is in 15 years, when these come up again, that council at that point in time is gonna be going, what these guys do, why didn't they stagger it a year between each? Cause now they're gonna be going the same thing as we're doing. We're gonna replace one this year, and next year you're gonna want another 600,000 to replace another one. So like, is there a plan that we could do this one now, miss a year, and do the next one so that it's not gonna be such a hit in 15 years when these start coming back? Cause our rolling fleet's gonna be changing every year. It's gonna be a hard, at that point in time, it's gonna be a hard replace every year.
Where is the second one at? There's one in Boonerang, where's the other one? Didn't Monday just got a new rescue?
There got a rescue that's 26 years old.
We got one for the city. A Freightliner rescue.
Came from Fort Saskatchewan.
No,
26 years old.
we just bought a Freightliner for one there 2 years ago. It came from the city of Fort Saskatchewan.
Correct, and it's used.
Yeah. And now,
Next year on its replacement, it will be 26 years old. It's purchased pre-2023.
And the brush truck would be obviously a lighter vehicle, cause cost on that is 150,000.
the whole was a one ton, I think, isn't it?
The one ton that were replaced, sorry, the brush truck?
Yeah,
It's a 350.
yeah, so it's one ton. These rescues, are they like a fire engine? They got like a limited amount of time you can use them, or?
20 years. Yeah.
30 years old.
And while the kilometers on them are low, they are used very, they have to be responding very quickly and usually at higher rates of speed than normal international truck would be driven.
So is this something that we're gonna be able to use, like, so I'm just trying to, we've had a lot of talk amongst us in the last 2 years, 3 years about being able to access fires in fields, in everything else. Instead of having, we have engines that are meant, like city, they're meant for on asphalt, not gravel roads, not into fields, whatever. Is this something that's gonna be replaceable to be able to be used by like the rural instead of just urban applications? Yeah.
The rescue, they're designed for, they're not a firefighting apparatus.
The brush truck is.
The brush truck is a replacement for off-road use.
Okay.
The rescue stays on the road.
It's just
It's
strictly.
bringing us tools for extrication, breathing air, lights, generators.
I mean, it's okay on the gravel road.
Yeah, they're not leaving a roadway, you're not taking them into a field, you're not, no.
It's not just a
Highway.
pavement princess.
When we were at RNA, we met with the ministers and we were asking if they could extend the life of the fire trucks and everything. We got hardly 80 kilometers and diesel chassis like a Freightliner is good for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, right? And we weren't the only county asking, so I don't know.
We have the letter from the response from the minister, yeah. It's,
The insurance underwriter or whatever is the one that's causing us the issues, causing
Well,
everybody the issues.
yeah, part of these problems with these apparatus is, this is a 1996 truck. Parts for both the rescue and the rescue module on the back of it are impossible to find. They're 30 years old. One of the questions that was asked, we had an expense for a auto wrecker out of Horse Falls, New York that I was questioned about. That was to purchase a part for one of these rescues. That's the only place we can find a module for these trucks. Like I said, they're 30 years old. They're 30-year-old apparatus.
Do we accept as presented and
I'll try them all and let's see what happens in memory.
Well, in response to the general question of when they're gonna be replaced, these are units that came from the regionalization, they came from the individual urban municipalities. And are needed to be replaced. They were older units when we regionalized. In 2016, and now they're older.
What's the utility vehicle? What is that gonna be?
It's a pickup truck. For moving, our additional wildland skid, moving contaminated hose and gear. So we let that board that we had there? Yep. So we were donated a wildland skid from Global Medic. It has to work through the just.
That pickup was. That thing was bought with a credit card from Fort Saskatchewan. It was supposed to be there 8 years ago, but 7 years ago, we were on council. It was supposed to be liquidated. 7 years later, it's still rolling around. That Ford came from Fort Saskatchewan. The department bought it with a credit card. Nobody knew about it. I think that I want the mile very true.
Where to go to work?
Yep.
Okay, I heard that we're moving forward with these into principle, moving forward to the new council. 2026-01, we are moving into public works. Unit 1341, and this is on page 155 of your package. And 157, we have 2 water graders. These were the ones that were discussed in council last week. With the approval to move forward with tendering these 2 replacements for graders.
They were tendered in directions.
Yes, sorry, yes. Those are basically done. Yep. The only change will be the budget cost for the updated. Okay. The next one is unit 1360. This is a case 521 loader. And the it is a replacement trip plan driven unit with a high priority there. It would also be for efficiency. The secondary factors are medium for efficiency, medium for best leading practice, and nice to do. So this is a 2004 case 521D. And so far in 2025, PW has spent $4,400 on repairs of this unit. It's as such as as the unit ages, it is expected that more repairs will be required.
How many hours on this machine?
Decided to hold off on purchasing a replacement for it for 2025. Current allocator on this machine is just under 7,900.
They're good for 25,000 hours loaders.
This machine did cause us, some downtime this year, parts of it will be, it's getting ordered. So it took about, a week and a half to get certain parts for it. This will be a 22-year-old machine next year.
So the next item on here is a Castleton belly dump trailer, that's unit 1517. Again, this is replacement plan driven is the priority on that one. With a efficiency as well as best leading practice are the secondary items. So this is a 2011 Castleton belly dump. It's used by Public Works in conjunction with our semi tractors as part of the road patching and the yearly gravel haul. The to date $12,000 has been spent on repairs in 2025 to keep this unit operating. An estimate of 30,000 was provided for required repairs in 2026 to extend its useful life. So this is a $130,000 purchase. Is scheduled, as I said, as part of our replacement plan.
Yeah, Castleton is building trailers again.
So how much do you think you're gonna get out of this trailer?
If,
Estimate 25.
You sell 45 grand.
Well, I hope so, because if we do the repairs we needed, we're into it for $42,000. As of last year's expense of 12,000 plus, another 30,000 this year.
so we've estimated 30,000 to keep it running. If the council decides not to replace this unit in 2026, we're estimating that 30,000 repairs be required.
On a trailer, you spend 12 grand, all the rest is axles and tires and brakes, and now you're gonna spend another how much?
30.
So this is suggesting that if council approves purchase of a new one, we would not spend the 30.
Yeah,
But that's what I'm saying, is if he spends 30,000, he spent $30,000 to make a $40,000 trailer, which we've already got 12,000 into, we'd be just breaking even on the trailer.
That's why you get it.
What are you doing for 30 grand?
So for 30,000, it's the rest of the frame. There is issues with the gates, there's issues with the air system. Share, we had multiple trips out to this year for this trailer.
The next item here is, oh, sorry.
What's the plan? Unit 1360, are we gonna sell that if we bought a new one?
Yeah, we budgeted that, estimated that we could get $70,000 for that.
How much, sorry?
707.
The 70,000 off purchase price.
So yeah, so if we purchase a new one for 430, less the 70,000, leave us 360.
Okay, sorry, continue.
So, we got, how many voters do we have? 4.
It's a large loader. One loader. First yard with one loader. There, we also have one that moves between St. Michael and the clay pile. When it's down, then we try and backfill with our back.
So the next item is page 163. It's a fleet truck. This is unit 2119. It's a 2013 Chev 2500 4x4. The unit has over 267,000 kilometers on it. And this is a replacement plan driven. Yeah. So yeah, implication of not replacing it, Public Works could be short on vehicles and potentially not work in a timely manner. This is estimated purchase price would be 80,000 and estimating that we could receive $10,000 on a trade-in for that unit.
8 kilometers on the one is the same.
Yeah, it's 267.
Going back to the AFP proposal for a new pickup, they indicated we get dealer pricing. We get
Usually, yes.
dealer pricing on all our units.
Yes. When we buy fleet trucks like this, we try to lump them together and buy them at the same time. So, yeah, we actually get two different prices here, but we most likely will get the same thing. My experience pre-COVID, county prices have typically been the dealer cost plus $500 to $1,000. Just after COVID, all prices went up. The government pricing which is capability. That government pricing has come down.
Right now, they can't do pickup way. They got employee pricing. They got all kinds of stuff. Lots are full everywhere.
Yeah.
So we're gonna.
In 2024, I bought a personal SUV, half-ton SUV for more than the county bought a 1-ton dually.
What's your reading? We're going to follow the process through the tender. Page 160. This is like this is an efficiency driven item. So this is a increase to a service level. So we'd be adding this to the fleet. Public Works are recommending purchasing a plate compact attachment for unit 3391, which is a 2021 John Deere track excavator. So John Deere utilizes a different attachment layout. It is unable to utilize. Oh, sorry. So currently the plate compactor, the Lamont County Public Works is utilizing the attachment for the cat excavator. John Deere utilizes a different attachment layout, and Public Works is able to utilize this attachment, limiting the ability of the drainage crew working with Unit 391. So by purchasing an additional mounted plate compactor, the crew utilizing Unit 3391 will be able to decrease installation time on each project instead of having to rely solely on walk behind packers. It's also a safety matter of being able to have that compactor on the end of the hoe as opposed to having the walk lines down in the excavation.
Darby, the one we got now, how much do we use it?
That one is utilized by the one drainage crew every site we install. First 2 years of the year, it wasn't utilized as much. I did some sites. It's their efficiency. Because we have one John Deere. They're not interchangeable as far as
been told the operator doesn't want to switch it out, and their boys are working with the hand ones, grunting, and that thing's sitting on the side of the road. We don't need another one sitting on the side of the road.
Given that knowledge, I'm sure that's something Mr. East can now look into.
There's no adapter kit that would.
There. Say we can do it. Change those the years, which needs not all the current adapter. Transporting the unit back and forth for the difference. Well, first item here is a replacement for our scale shaft. This is a legislative requirement under more under OHS and health and safety. And so Public Works is looking to purchase a new scale shack for the road graveling and winter stockpiling program. The current scale shack is at the end of its useful life, and repairs need to be made to it each year before it's put into use. As we are now completing winter stockpiling, the current shack does not have sufficient installation to provide a safe working environment for the scale operator. An appropriate skid mounted option has been investigated that would be supplied, fully insulated, and set up as a mobile office. The current unit is not roadworthy and transported on a trailer. So the trailer that it's on is transported trailer to get our site. So this is a $35,000 cost, and there is no trade-in value on the unit as it sits.
So there's 7 requests from Public Works. Bring them all forward.
Is there anything that we?
Actually, we executed on 2 of them, so there's 5 different requests.
Yes. Was there anything that council believes we missed, whether adding to a program or that council deems that we should bring forward? Being none, that moves us now into page 169 of our agenda, carry forward projects. So at this point, as of August 12th, when the pact was put together, all 2025 capital projects are on track for completion. So if this should change, it will be brought forward to council in December 2026 council meetings, where the final budget is expected to be presented to council for approval. So this is the first year in a number of years that the projects have all been working on time. And so the next section of this is the capital projects. And so we have essentially the remaining part we have of our budget meetings is discussing the 2026 capital projects, and then process water project and the 5-year plan. So the items that we have going forward is page 171 of the package. So this was brought forward last year and deferred, the Lamont County entrance signs. So the package, in here on page 172, just discusses the condition of the entrance signs. This was originally brought up in 2020, and 120,000 was the recommended budget at that. So the existing signs were installed over 30 years ago and are well past the end of their life. They're constructed of wood and include router details of wood stocks and wheat for the logos. The items that we brought forward here is the 2024 pricing on page 173. Now, the reason why this brought forward, these are continually aging and they are very quickly falling apart. It's an image item that council would be looking at. So in that ranking would be either a best leading practice or a nice to do. There is no legal or legislative requirements. You could look at it from a revenue generation perspective as well. From the fact that economic development is something that we're looking at, and that image is a big part of economic development.
Now, County of Beaver just has ordinary road signs. Say, welcome to County of Beaver, or County of Beaver, this is where you are, there's no cutting grass, no nothing around them.
Beaver County placard for secondaries. Then they installed newer versions of Lamont County signage on the primary highways back in 2020.
Highway just has a road sign.
Also, secondaries have those placards.
You go down the main, the 15, it shows a bigger sign. Or 14, sorry. Can I make a suggestion though for, when we bring this forward? So you got 3 styles of the Athabasca, Lac La Biche, and Peace. You provide pictures, you provide a picture like styles for these so that we count the size they wanted, because they kind of know what they look like.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that's okay, just, we got the one that we have on 831 and 16 isn't even, or on 831 and the Alcon Park isn't even existent. It's been cut down and burnt down, I don't know how long ago.
The one on, yeah, not what, 16 fell neighborhoods.
Yeah.
You know where that are going, that thing, like, every time you go by, you should see them.
So when we look at this, administration is intending the recommendation would be to have council decide on whether this is a not a go, not at this meeting, but in the future budget meetings, not a go, partial go, or what we want to do. Like, excellent recommendation, Councillor Woodis said, some of these the secondary highways may not need a large road sign. We just use some smaller. I'm stealing from the small ones that say welcome to the ones with the logos, and a variety of options in there. So this is more of a direction setting. We want to look at what would, what is the clarity.
I think all we need is, if we're going to, is 5, 2 on 16, 1 on 15, and at the other end 15 and 29. You got it covered, right?
Depends if you go with secondary or not. If you go non-secondary, you got 45, which is a 2-digit.
Yeah.
You got 29, which is a 2-digit. You got 15 and 16. So.
Don't get too carried away with things where we got more important stuff we need.
I respect, I think the one on Highway 15 by Brewer, I think we want people to know where the one is.
Look to invest more like the
Image is probably important.
thing that
went to a conference last. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of, just for new council too, if they come in and see what options are.
I was at a conference and somebody asked me, what I said, Lamont, they didn't know where it was. He lives in Edmonton and he has a lot in Smoky Lake, so.
That's right.
He drives through it to get, almost every weekend to get to his lot. But he-
Obviously, there's a sign that would matter for him, they didn't really, right until.
Well, it's, yeah, but part of that is, yeah, if people are driving through it, their house.
You gotta be fancy and the maintenance every year, you gotta go cut grass and they're not all a mile apart. Where a pickup will be ripping around.
Yeah, it depends what landscape you use around them, but a lot of municipalities are going into the granite or wood.
They put metal. They got like a screen with their name on it, 2 metal posts.
Those signs that look like granite are hungry. You know, there's
Granite came
it's styrofoam. There's a lot of restrictions on how hard they can be if they're struck by a car and kill people.
The way this is like the metal. This comes out, we got a nice 2 posts of screen and then the logo on the screen. They're not, they can't be very expensive. You get the right people cutting it out.
yeah, blue. I think it should be brought forward.
So we'll bring that forward with some options as to what a primary highway looks like, what a secondary highway looks like. And options as to how many weekend and per year and cost to be. Because council may not want to do all of them at the same time. So, okay, so the next one is items on page 181. And this is the remediation of the salt contamination at Public Works Yard. So overall, so the situation overview is in early 2022, Lamont County bought approximately 5 acres of land surrounding the Public Works Yard from the neighbor due to concern about salt leaching from the site. After review of the phase 2 environmental site assessment, the county would be required to remediate the affected lands once the site is no longer in use. This land currently is not fenced off. It is outside of our fences. And the implications of not the implementations of not remediating this land is that the contaminated soil will continue to leach outwards, although this is a minimal leaching.
You said we don't have to clean it up, but we're not using the land.
Yes, so under provincial rules, as long as we aren't trying to sell the property, we know. Should be pushed to stand right on site. So. So.
Open that fence line up to the over and you got that over and just keep you forever.
Yes, absolutely. There's nothing stopping us. It's whether council wishes to do anything other than storage. We can use it for product storage, storage, but building a structure on top of it.
We got enough land here now, we can build a structure. And you don't want it that far away anyways, because you're gonna have power to it, lights. Build it too far to the west will. Need another power.
This is an item we brought forward to get direction from council, what we are going to be doing. This is something that council wants to invest in, moving, reasonable, or
Reading as is, okay, just expand the universe.
Get to come back with a price on the fence off property off. Move the north fence and the west fence, replace. Step one, see what it costs to get our land marked. Environment. We got a lot of land there as it is.
I would be moving the gravel piles where we have those stock piles, move it over that area and be building on the tumbles.
So in 2027, page 199, the administration's bringing forward, so that's in 2 years' time, a new fence for the public works yard, gates and gate operators at all our shops, at a value of $250,000.
Yeah, that's gate operators, that'll never last. Automatic gate operators.
So that's a 2027 budget item.
That, so if you don't want to too far away anyway, at the end of the day, you park the loader and you eat your shop. And then the operator comes and loads one load, has to put the loader back. You build a salt shed too far away, you're gonna need pickup trucks driving guys back and forth.
We extend the meeting past 4 o'clock, we'd be out here today, would we not?
Yes, that's exactly what
Oh.
So remaining councilors, is that what you want to do?
Yeah. In favor?
I'll make a motion that we extend the August 18th, 2025 budget committee meeting beyond 4 o'clock. Questions or concerns? Scary, please hear. Sorry, administration, you're gonna have to.
You'll say buy you guys pizza.
Yeah. And here, it's after hours.
I brought my cot so we can stay here and I'll keep going.
Anyway, we were talking about fencing and gate actuators.
Yes, those are budgeted for 2027, so in the 27 to 2031.
What page are you on?
Very last page. This was discussed a couple of years ago, and pushed into the future. So just due to the large dollar value of completing all of that fencing, that was why the choice was to move that to 2027. Kirby, do you have an estimate of just what that would be for just the yard?
I believe the public works yard, for the entire perimeter fencing and new gate was around the $125,000 mark. Just to do new fencing along the extended perimeter and the existing. $1,000.
There's no repairs on there, like there was a couple entrances that were needed.
Yeah, so we have done repairs, a few repairs there, sections where. We look at replacing the wall, small granite street. To install a new west perimeter and north perimeter.
Northwest side somewhere in case of an emergency, so we can exit out of the yard, right? In case there was an explosion or a big wreck or something.
Easier to bring something like that to new council than trying to get them to replace all the new fences and everything all in one shot.
Well, them openers aren't gonna last in the winter, so for the big gates.
So To the road improvements, 192 and 62. So we're on page 183 of the package. So this project was identified in 2020 through the flood disaster recovery program. AEMA engineers reviewed the site in 2020 and originally advised the project would be eligible for the DRP. However, it was that did not happen. The extent of the work is remediation and future mitigation of damage to Lamont County infrastructure. The road would be raised to an elevation above the high water and installing equalization culverts. This was deferred, I believe, in last year's budget. Is that correct?
Council first reviewed this, business case for 2023 budget. It was deferred, years. It's not. It's been through the last 2 years, it's now back up for consideration.
That road was had lots of water, so it couldn't be done this year. That slough was bone dry. But now we had that storm go through, we got to put water again. But when it's bone dry, this would be the time to have it done before when the ditches are fully.
Do you have the engineer's reports on this one? So if something came up where it could be fit in, we don't have to put engineering and edit.
That's correct. We have completed the design. It is shelf ready. The only thing we would have to do is just confirm for an environment that no environmental approvals are required. If they are, that would take 3 to 6 months. So if council were to, the next council were to decide to proceed with this for 2026, we would work on that and look to tender this for summer of 2026.
Because this one is funded by the DRP, right?
I know that, so that when the engineer had put forward that it would be funded by DRP, DRP only replaced to the standard that it was, not to a better standard. So if a road is too low and it's going to flood, they will still only fund to the flood to where it's too low. Any reconstruction and stopping of future flooding is no longer or was not covered under the DRP.
So this is still gonna cost us $625,000.
Yes, this will still cost $625,000. So yes, so just a little bit of rewording on that particular section. I believe they're now changing the program, but that's for 2026. But
That's what, roughly half a mile, Darby?
Just a little over a half mile.
3/4 mile.
The design calls for grade raising and shoulder stabilization. So less sides because we get those. Sitting right here. So that's what.
So hope we don't get a flood like that again.
Well, it's filling up with water. We get a couple more rains. It'll be hard to do, right? The summer it was pretty easy because it's dry.
Budget now, right?
It is in the budget for 2020.
Very full. Leave there.
Okay.
And it's scheduled for 2026.
Scheduled for 2026.
Okay.
Okay, so the multi-year capital projects, page 185 of the package is the capital culvert replacement program. So this is an ongoing program that has been happening since it's been over the last 3 years that we've been doing this. So the significant weather events that we've seen in 2018 and 2020 highlighted the need for the replacement of these culverts. So Lamont County has over 1,900 culverts, of which 600 are currently past their surface life. 650 are below capacity to accommodate the stormwater flows in the area based on the master drainage plan.
So Rod, just to be clear, this is the continuation of having both internal and external forces do culvert replacement.
That is correct.
And this contemplates some 57 additional culverts in 20.
Absolutely.
Does council need to hear any more? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to sort through because this one is kind of a non-only checkpoint every year. Would you like to continue?
Yes. Excellent. So, and then the last business case, page 187, and that, in this before bridges is the page 187, though, Range Road 195 overlay. So as directed by council during the 2025 budget deliberations, Public Works investigated the cost to overlay Range Road 195 from Highway 15 to 29 to extend its useful life. And there's a $50,000 cost in 2026 and $665,000 in 2027. I believe this was brought forward by a council member in at the 2025 budget deliberations. So overall, this is a $750,000 project. This is. Overload property back.
Purpose 5% ban through the town of Lamont, so all the traffic has to go west, and they bypass an extra mile by going down along Range Road 190.
We got all the grain truck going, we got all the oil tankers going, that road has got a truck every few minutes going on that road. There's no dangerous goods through town too, right? So. Less.
That's both the 3/4 and we've estimated 665. The bill and overlay. We added $50,000 because our records are not great. We can't actually confirm the structure of that road. So our intention would be to hire an engineering firm to do coring and testing of the road to confirm the existing structure and firm up our 2027 construction. So if it's just a simple overlay, we would lose a little bit of the shoulder width versus a mill and overlay, but it is cheaper just to do the overlay.
Well, that road is holding up good in the spring whenever it's not sinking. It just needs that. Well, starting to get rutted a bit and falling apart, so it needs an overlay before the water gets into the basin and we got no road. We're gonna work on that, going back. Working on all we're going for that one and go too.
The next three projects are bridge files. And these ones that the STIP grant will be applied for these bridges. They are bridge files 75219, 70982, and 75697. The maps in your package, starting page 189, at 191 and 193, show you the locations of where these bridges are. Sir Dietz can give you some extra information if you'd like. So we're budgeting for 45,000 each for engineering in 2026 or construction in 2027.
First one, you got here for up on 184. I'm surprised that one actually hasn't been changed out already, because in 2018, the creek, when we had the major flood, went right through, so the farm there is the Cossey farm. That yard and driveway was taken right out by the flood. And county forces installed new culvert there. And the one down was the one that was actually holding up the issue. So I'm actually surprised it hasn't been changed out since then, so. '89, that's the one that,
Cossey's, north of the driveway.
Page 191. Is that the one we were gonna try and do a few years ago? That's the one by
but this is south of 45.
yeah, and 181.
But they were putting it where the water doesn't go.
That's where we didn't negotiate the right away.
Yeah.
Stupid.
The creek is, the other one is north, where there was no creek, they wanted to put culverts.
We put culverts. That area is never flooded. And then the last one is
Page 193, 75697. So that's run Range Road, 184 north of Township side of Portage.
Hey, Mr. Reeve, I just confirmed.
These are culverts that are approved for STIP. These are the next three that we might apply.
Yes. But as council is aware, in November of 2024, we applied for 8 projects. We were unfortunately not able to get more STIP for this year. That's what we're working to do the project this year, one STIP through 2024. CCPF program. So these projects are the ones that we applied for last year, and our intention would be to continue to apply for. These are our lowest rated structures. STIP program has a threshold of a structural rating
33 less. Majority of our structures are 50 to 80%. So these are all of our structures that have the 33% rating limits.
To apply for these three in addition to the 7 that were declined last year?
These are,
These are part of this.
these are the next three on this. 30.
Or north of 542, right south of 15. So this last one that you're asking. Right. 5697. That one there would be downstream of it. That would be feeding into that portion of that next one. So we do it upstream, then do it downstream.
Yes.
Floodplain area.
Okay, so that concludes item 3.24, the 2026 capital projects. We put the processed water project as a separate item on here on this agenda. Fortunately, it is not printed in the package, so there is a briefing note that we have that will of course be posted in the online version. So that was handed out to everyone. The Lamont County is undertaking development of regional water supply, as Councilor are well aware of. The total estimated cost of this is $60 million in 2022 dollars. With $16 million estimated for phase 1, 44 million estimated for phase 2. Project will be delivered in 5 stages: project kickoff and initiation, P3 agreement, and procurement, design, construction, and commissioning and closeout. So WSP has been engaged to provide the project management and advisory across all stages, including that project management, P3 advisory, and technical advisory. Sorry, I'm going to step back to the P3. The P3 advisory, essentially, we're at the point where we're looking at the delivery model evaluation, financing strategy, and risk allocation, but we're also looking at, is there more grants that are available, whether they be federal or grants, to make sure that we're leveraging as much of those other government dollars as we can. And then once we look at the technical advisory side, making sure that the technical and performance specifications are correct, that everything that we're doing has an appropriate feasibility analysis with it, whether that be for the P3 operations, regular operations, or just the designs of that. And then on the municipal side, stakeholder engagement and permitting. Stakeholder engagement is going to be happening in the coming months, and we'll be bringing forward a more wholesome in the next couple of meetings. And then on the last side, that environmental advisory with the regulatory compliance. So the final numbers are not available yet. We do have WSP doing that cost estimation for, is that $60 million still a reasonable number, or which way does it have to be adjusted? And then finding out that final, where can we get the additional dollars for it? We're on page 195. Well, the handout before what the process water budget. Any questions on that at this point? So, the next part of this is since there's a requirement under the MGA to do a 5-year capital plan. This is the presentation of essentially the rest of the replacement plan. So as you can see, there's a number of assets that are needed to be replaced. So looking at the next few years, 2027 and 2028 are both well over $3 million of assets that are going to need to be replaced. 2029 has a little bit of a reprieve at 1.5. 2030 back up to 2.6 million, and 2031 at 1.6 million. So in the past, there has been a number of items that have been deferred off, and we'll be getting into a little bit of a more sustainable plan in the next couple of years. But this is one of the points that I made earlier in the presentation is that when we're looking at funding this from operations, council needs to be aware of what the tax rates are, and the user fees, and is there money coming forward to do these replacements, and how. And then finally, on page 198 and 199, is the capital projects going forward for 5 years. And you'll see that there's, a few other things that the council may not have considered. Looking at we brought forward discussed the gates, but the commission water line at Range Road 203. There's a cost that needs to be spent on the water line that the work at 203 was done to encase that water line. Sand storage buildings scheduled for 2028. Items such as radio replacements for fire. These are the AFRAX radios. Were all purchased at once when we originally changed over to that. However, they have a lifespan as well, and so the replacement of those has been spread out over 4 years, with $87,500 per year. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, the $8,000 range.
Yeah, so there is a mistake on here.
Okay.
That should be a 2-year replacement. It was supposed to be an or, not all 4 of them.
Okay.
Only good for 2 years.
No.
2 years.
2-year replacement plan, we've broken it up. So the radios are good for 10 years. The 10-year anniversary is coming up. We're saying that in 27 and 28, we can replace over those 2 years, or 29 and 30. For some reason, it showed up on all 4 lines. It's not $350,000, it's $175,000.
So it can be done in 27 and 28, or it can be done in 29 and 30.
Those radios are only good 10 years. And then
That's the recommended lifespan purchase.
that fire department, everything wears out, even if you don't use it or whatever. No, I'm not quoting you, but holy mackerel. They're $8,000 a piece.
No, about 5,800.
How many radios do we have in the town? For the fire department? 50?
So essentially a computer. This is a digital, like similar to a cell phone. I can guarantee you that most people do not have to take their own cell phone in their pocket.
Yeah, so this includes the portables and the mobiles, so the handhelds and the truck units. And, but like I said, it should have been 2 years, not 4.
So yeah, there'll be a correction.
Yeah.
The 300, it's gonna be over $300,000. Cause then there's labor to put them in. The radios, they can't work. They need a radio, so that's more important than full-time fire.
So you'll also see that the Lamont County gravel pits are on this plan as well. Starting in 2027, there's $100,000 that is budgeted. 2028 has a reprieve, and 2029 and 30, $500,000 expenditures. And ongoing replacement of our bridge culverts, with 3 per year, the engineering in the first year and the construction in the second. So, as we stated in the beginning, the opening comments, this is council's opportunity to review, essentially do a part of a mid-year check-in, to provide direction for the presentation of the budget in November. So, we do have a few items that were highlighted. In the service levels that needed to be adjusted, some things that need to be highlighted for the future council meetings, as well as some great discussion around what's happening in operations and capital, and some direction. So one of the questions we said is that this is an opportunity for council to determine if anything was missed in these plans. Is there some service levels that need to be adjusted, added? Is there some things that some projects that council believes that we missed that may need to be added to this list for the incoming council to deliberate?
You haven't really heard councilors saying anything that they don't want anyone that they don't think that we should ever speak of again. No.
I don't think so. And we have the parking lot items, which we'll be bringing forward as information for the new council, and researching some of this information over the year and bringing that back as well.
Can you just go over the gravel bit? What plan is over those years?
Yes, so I say, we need to double check. I think there is an error on that one as well. Should have been looking at $500,000 in 2025. But essentially the plan is, it's as approved today, this capital project for 2025-6, for working in AT pits across the road. So keep the band group. 2029 started working keyboard. South of the AT pit. So we want to try and work the AT pit across the road, work south, and then get north.
I thought North Andrew, we weren't doing nothing with, we were doing the ones closer here in 29, so we can get the gravel out and level them out and sell the land.
Yeah, so our plan was to work successfully for the AT pit across the road. That should take us 2 to 3 years. And then get the road pit, that should only take a year.
Lie up the pockets if we can, and then when there is no gravel, that one will always be there, but, I thought we were cleaning the salt pits up.
Our
South
intention
end.
is to get the three cell pits moved out. Do have the, if I get to the west of Andrew, reason storage, that will have to get at some point as well. So that's what's ready to work. So that's what wants to do. You in general terms, we not specifically go to water with the ground. We do some work for an industrial developer in that area. Drainage. Back, and we also did a fair amount of work on offsite levies for the heartland area. Next, there was a $1.5 million grant that the Heartland Association received from the province to do a conceptual design on 3 water lines, one for Lamont County, one for Sturgeon County, and for Strathcona. The last grant will amount to 16.5 million. So aside from sunlight, some the 16 million is for everything. But full,
Including the regular.
including the revenue. Yes. And then the remaining 60 is for the pipeline to designated industrial.
Area we didn't talk about is up.
Oh, absolutely. That, oh, they stand. Yes, so that was the business case on there. So the hub is a regional economic development alliance of Northeast Alberta. Mission is to promote, facilitate economic development, supports business, and enhance the quality of life and environment of its member communities. So it was established in 2000, and is incorporated as not for profit side. Currently, the annual fee is, 50 cents per capita or 1,870 per year. A decision at the June 25th, 2025 Alberta General Meeting saw the annual fee rise to $1 per capita or $3,754. The council has a couple options at this point to either increase the budget by $1,877 or withdraw from the Alberta Hub.
Research survey that they did and some new directions that the hub taking. So their prior work was very heavily skewed towards housing, indigenous matters. I don't have one in front of me, but Ron, you look at the new voltage area for now.
So the weird thing. Enabling investment, existing business expansion or attraction, advocacy for the region, regional community marketing, and labor attraction, or enabling the business investments.
So it may be that the new direction of the going is more in keeping with what we want. $1,800 is not a whole bunch of money for some of that value.
But overall, in regards to that last year's expenditures. So
That's before.
that's
But I think he asked here whether getting value or not for being a member.
Well, previously I was quite, I get it. Lastly, that he was a little more supportive than he had been. Certainly, it's very wholesome. For
Fees, I think membership should be discussed as part of the budget process. Yeah.
we will bring this forward. January of 2021.
Okay, so does council have any additional questions for administration? And I have now is the budget committee has to make a resolution here. Particular wording for the resolution.
I would say that the budget committee recommend the budget as amended to be discussed in the November budget review or budget meetings.
If you're unhappy with that, maybe you can say refer.
to. The November. Yes. Sorry, we did budget or sorry, we scheduled it for this.
For a second.
Yeah, December 2. Because of the Army convention, the training. Yeah, budget meeting, either one's fine, yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Six budget meetings?
It's the date of the meeting.
Oh, it's the. Yeah, and then we have to do around 25. Want to put that on the board? But 6/2029 recommended budget as amended to the December 2025 budget meetings.
That means it's not open until 2025, what it would do, or the council at the time was November.
Don't open until December.
This is being referred to the next council.
I know what it's saying December, what if the council's in October? What if they wanna look at it in November and get on it if they wanna do their changes and stuff? Cause it's open to change, right?
The budget meetings are scheduled already, council made that motion back in April. Based on the calendar, there most likely is not gonna be time to move it up sooner than.
Yeah, but they said whenever council is elected in October, they have a chance to go over this.
Yes,
They need to go over it before December.
Yeah, well, we're gonna do it as a budget committee if we wanted to, and if we call a special meeting for budget committee instead of an actual budget meetings, right? There's a difference because this is a going council. We just come in and talk to them as a committee.
Say there, this is what we wanted to do with it.
What day are our budget meetings scheduled for?
December second.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
So instead of it being held in November, it'd be held on December second, third and fourth.
In a normal year, it's held 24th or 25th, 26th, 27th-ish. But
Calendars are opened up again.
Last year we held it November 30th and first, it's December. So
you've got, in the RMA conference, you've got fire services, orientation, emergency service.
Before November is right. But essentially, the council will have those 3 days in December to go through the same package. Pretty much.
same as normal, yes.
They can make whatever changes they want to this package. And then probably at the second council meeting in December.
There's usually only one council meeting in December. This is Christmas, so it'll be either the council meeting or a special council meeting.
So when is the council meeting in December, the 9th?
I believe that the calendar of events that council approved said that the budget.
Yes, because we moved that forward because.
Councilor Nakahara is not the week of finance, it's the next.
It's the 17th, sorry, the 18th and 19th. So
RMA, 18th and 19th?
Yes.
Yeah, last year, earlier.
The week before.
Yeah, November 17th is the elected officials education training. And November 18th and 19th. Yeah, it's just around their scheduling that they could get for the convention.
Is the organization meeting. We're gonna set council meeting dates. So is there gonna be a council meeting on the 9th of December? And a special budget meeting on the 16th to approve the budget?
I think what we recommended was to push the meeting from the 9th to the 16th, but that'll be the next council.
Good, and as Ms. Council will have second, third, and fourth to discuss the budget. Okay. And I think that's where you're going, Neil.
That was going. I thought that was going in December, ready to the council to get approved, so. No.
That's council discuss the budget for up to 3 days, whatever it takes, so. That particular. So we're all good? Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 4-0. Discuss in closed session. This week.